All right, you can call it.
Okay, good morning, everybody. This is the Monday, February 2nd meeting of the Select Board. We have a meeting agenda as well as budget hearings today. Budget presentation. Yeah.
Sorry. Hold on a
Okay.
second. Where's this? Oh, there it goes. Second. It's the new computer, so.
I don't know. That thing's over there, you should be yelled. I'm gonna run back over for you.
Might have been, I don't know.
I'd like to see that too. Yeah, there wouldn't have been as much yelling.
As
It wouldn't
the
have
wife
been.
thing.
Yeah,
Good?
Okay,
still wouldn't have
all
happened.
right. Good morning, everyone. This is the Monday, February 2nd meeting of the Select Board. We have some business first thing this morning, followed by some budget presentations, followed by executive session. So let's buckle up for a long day. So the first thing we have today is a hearing, Primavera Incorporated DBA Primavera All Alcohol License Hearing. And I'm going to turn it over to Kayla.
Thank you. I'm here as town council, Kayla Venchkowskis, and we are here today for a hearing on Primavera's all alcohol license in accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 138. The purpose of this hearing is to determine whether any action is appropriate, including suspension or revocation of Primavera's all alcohol license due to documented failures to comply with required safety inspections. These inspection requirements are laid out in Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 10, Section 74. They require Primavera to annually obtain a passing certificate of inspection from the fire chief and building commissioner. And so very quickly, I'm just going to outline how this hearing will go. I will give a brief
Just
presentation
a
of.
quick question, do we have to open a hearing or anything? It's not on the,
She's gonna tell you. She'll,
okay,
it is in your packet. The motions are in your packet.
I've got the motions, but I didn't see a motion for opening the hearing.
No, it's in the packet. The motion for this hearing is in the packet.
Oh,
Sorry, fine.
Sorry.
And so I will give a brief presentation of the facts. I'll turn it over to the chief and commissioner to add any additional information they would like for the board. I will then make a recommendation to the board. The licensee will be permitted an opportunity to speak if here and if they would like. The public will also be permitted an opportunity to speak. And then we will close the hearing for the board to deliberate. And so at this time, would the board like to make a motion to open the hearing?
I would, but I move that the board open, I don't have the motion in the
It
packet.
doesn't say
It's not
exactly.
in the,
just-
yeah, I move that the board open the hearing for the Primavera license, all alcohol license.
And I'm just going to read the hearing notice, which was sent to the licensee into the record.
Do we need to second and vote first?
Sorry.
Yeah, yeah, good. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Okay.
And hearing is open. And so Primavera received a notice that they were notified pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 138, Section 64, that the select board acting in its capacity as the local licensing authority will hold a public hearing on Monday, February 2nd, 2026 at 9 a.m. at the Veterans Memorial Building, 900 Main Street, room 229, to consider revocation or suspension of the all alcohol license issued to Primavera Incorporated. Primavera's all alcohol license was renewed on December 15th, 2025 on the condition that Primavera Ristorante receives passing sprinkler, fire alarm, and ANSEL system inspections by January 15th, 2026. The select board has not received any passing reports to date. They were invited to submit any pertinent information prior to or at the hearing on February 2nd, 2026, and notified of their right to be represented by counsel should they choose. The local licensing authority may suspend, revoke, or cancel the said liquor license if it finds any or all of the above violations to be true. And so that was a bit of the background in terms of why we're here today, but I'll just run through the timeline to make sure that it's clear in the record. All alcohol licensees are required to obtain an annual inspection, and Primavera requested theirs on November 20th, 2025. The inspection was conducted by the fire chief and building commissioner on November 25th, 2025. At that time, several required reports were missing, including the ANSEL and hood system, fire alarm, and sprinkler system reports. The deadline for submission of those documents was December 15th, 2025, to correspond with the board's hearing on their license renewal. The board at that point in time granted a 30-day extension for them to submit all safety reports. That pushed their deadline for compliance to January 15th, 2026. On January 15th, 2026, neither the fire chief nor the building commissioner had received communication from the licensee regarding these outstanding reports. And they had not requested any additional time or made any effort to discuss compliance. As a result, the board issued the notice of hearing, which I just read into the record on January 27th for today's hearing in order to consider suspension or revocation of the license. Following issuance of this notice, the Ansel and Hood report was submitted by Primavera on January 28th. On January 29th, the fire alarm and sprinkler system reports were received. And so at this point in time, all reports have been received. These reports were reviewed by the fire chief and building commissioner, both of whom issued written approval on January 30th, 2026, apologies. The fire chief and building commissioner did note that there were certain system deficiencies. These deficiencies did not warrant a failure of the inspection at this time. But they do indicate that the contractor who performed the inspections intends to return in May, at which time all deficiencies are expected to be resolved. And the chief and commissioner noted that they anticipate and expect full compliance following that work. I will now turn it over to the fire chief and building commissioner, should they wish to add anything additional.
So this has been an annual thing with Mr. Gator. We've worked with them. I've been chief 14 years. I think every year we've had the same kind of incident. We always ensure that the building meets all the life safety requirements before we leave, or the building would have to close. And Mr. Gator always makes the effort to get that done. It's just the timely manner that we look for the inspection reports, as we do every other restaurant and business in town, that we get in a timely manner. It just takes much longer with Mr. Gator. When I look back, last year it took until March before we received any of the reports. And then I think in 24 it was even longer. So again, we try to work with Mr. Gator. He tries his best to do what he can. But it's been an ongoing issue for the 14 years that I've been here.
I'm in agreement pretty much with everything the chief says. I think what I'd like to add is that just the main goal is that we're just seeking compliance within a timely manner and not get to where we're at today. Would be ideal, so.
And just to stress, it's not an unsafe building. He doesn't have it in a condition that we're concerned. If it was, the building would be shut down. He definitely makes the effort to comply and get it to a point that we feel safe that the restaurant can stay open. It's just the timely manner in getting all the paperwork in that every year seems to be an issue.
Thank you. And so, based on the information presented, I am recommending that the board not revoke or suspend the license at this time, but instead require compliance with the outstanding items identified in the inspection reports by June 15th, 2026. At this point in time, I would invite the licensee to speak. I do not believe Mr. Gator is present.
No.
Okay.
No.
Would any members of the public like to speak on that matter? Does the board have any questions for the witnesses or myself prior to?
I just have a comment. I know Mr. Gator. It's not, I don't believe it's nefarious. I just believe it's Mr. Gator. The only problem I have is we spend money helping him. That's the only problem I have. Well, how do we get that money back? You know what I mean? If you go out for multiple inspections, we're all here. She's here. It's gotten to whatever. I don't know how. Mike, is there any way? Not presently, moving forward with him. Is there a way?
To institute a fine or something?
Well, the only thing would be if he receives some sort of fine through the inspection office or fire department, which I don't know, we've hit that point.
Okay.
But that would be the only way. There's no I don't believe, and I would defer to council, but I don't believe there's any administrative fee that we can.
Okay.
No, you don't need
Opposed.
to find.
So then the only thing I would say is, why are we helping him so much? I don't want to be that person, because we're Millis, we help everybody, that's what we
Yes.
do. Come on in, we'll take care of you, but You've been on the force for what? You've been chief for
14.
14 years.
Yeah.
Ka-ching. So I say we just don't help them, let it expire. Now we bring her in, I'll be happy to pay it, they should actually be doing something, because now she, you know what I mean? Not that you're not doing
Thank you.
anything. Love the job.
I
Um, but you know what I mean?
So next year not issue an extension.
No,
Right.
absolutely not.
And I
We're
got another,
done.
yeah, if he's saying he'll have it done by early May, why are we giving until June 15th? I mean, it seems like we're bending over back.
We are,
I'll have it done in May, we'll give you to June. Why don't we say end of May? I mean, it's just, and then mean it.
and no,
Yeah.
no. Don't send him, Karen, don't send him, hey, May's coming up,
Yeah,
let it happen.
yeah, Madam Chair, I just wanted to add this. Rick is right. I mean, as long as I've been in this position, which is 8 or 9 years in this particular position, he's absolutely right. We go through this. We do bend over backwards. We are a small town, so you're the local licensing authorities. Of course, we want good business in town. This is really important, and we want to help them however we can.
And we all know him.
And we all know, and you know, we've had other businesses that we've given once in a while said, hey, we understand extenuating circumstances. We tell you, it would be nice if you give them an extension for 30 days or whatever it is. But like Rick said, this has been year after year. And again, we're paying for town council, which, no offense, is not inexpensive.
Right.
So it's now using taxpayers' money, and you're absolutely right. So I was going to recommend that. I think that we've given multiple
Yeah.
chances. And I agree. I think next year, if it's not in December 15th, you just
That's
say,
it.
as of
Yeah.
December 31st, you have your license suspended, done, said and done.
Good.
We're at that point, right?
Yes,
And
Yeah.
it's unfortunate, because we all, you know.
yes,
It's
but
just
every
unfortunate.
time you remind him, you're not doing something else.
Exactly. And that's the thing. We kind of operate like that in Millis because we are small, but we're getting to the point now that you're right. It's wasting everybody's resources at this point.
It's
and that's-
embarrassing, honestly.
Not when we pay taxes, you can't.
Exactly. So is that fine line, right?
Yeah, but he stepped over it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's now
Time
completely
and
stepped
time
over.
again.
So.
I'll make a motion that we, renew the, license, conditional on, oh, I'm sorry.
We're gonna change the dates from
I've
June.
got a little more idea there, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so we need to close the hearing, deliberate, which is sort of done, and then make a motion.
Make a motion to close the hearing?
Second, moved and seconded to close the hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Bank hearing's closed.
All right, I'll make a motion that we, renew the licenses conditional on, all further paperwork being submitted by the, end of May, with licenses to be issued in June. If the information's not in at the end of May, we will suspend the license in June.
Apologies, I do just want to clarify, they do have an active license right now, so it's already been renewed. The hearing today is whether or not we want to suspend or revoke the license,
Okay,
and so
Here,
so we don't have to,
no,
thank you, I couldn't.
I can offer a motion if you'd like.
we have one.
I move not to revoke the all alcohol license issued to Primavera on December 15th, 2025. For the date of the term beginning January 1st, 2026 and ending December 31st, 2026. But to require compliance or a written feasible plan for compliance regarding the following issue by May
31st.
31st. Securing
2026.
2026, securing a successful safety inspection and compliance with the state building code. Should Primavera fail to comply with this timeline or cure the outstanding violation, the board reserves the right to initiate a hearing to revoke Primavera's all alcohol license based on violations of multiple general ledger laws, but MGL, Chapter 10, Section 74, MGL, Chapter 138, Section 23 and 64, and 204 CMR 2.5 subsection 2. And further, 2.05 subsection 2, and further to authorize the chair to consult with the town administrator and town council to prepare and execute a decision of the board to reflect the deliberation on this date.
Yikers.
Aaron just wrote that. Perfect.
Way to wing it, Aaron.
It's for the-
So I just wanted to confirm, so they do, if there is non-compliance, we can't just take the license away on 31st. We still have to have another hearing.
Have a
just
hearing,
like
yeah,
this.
but
So just to be
there will be
clear,
another hearing, yeah.
That's the process.
Say second.
Okay, been moved and seconded. All those in favor, do I have to poll the board?
No.
No. Okay,
Aye.
all those in favor?
Aye,
Aye, motion carries unanimously. Okay.
Thank you.
thanks.
Thank you
you.
very much.
And with that, I will leave unless the board requires anything else.
Nope.
No,
All right.
thank you
Fire
very much.
budget coming up, that might be fun.
I'd love to have you here.
Yeah.
Safe travel. Thank you.
Nice meeting you.
You as well.
Okay, so,
Come on, an earlier date or something, way back when. That, you know,
no, it's further in the packet.
oh, in the budget packet,
In the, no, in the packet. We got two.
I didn't see the second one.
Yeah.
Whichever one that is.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So next we have some appointments to make. The first one on our agenda is two part-time public safety dispatchers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you mentioned, we do have a memo in the packet from the fire chief. And since he's here this morning, I'm going to ask him to,
They're doing dispatch first.
oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that was first. I'm sorry.
That's first. No. So Madam Chair, open to the wrong one. Madam Chair, we have two, public safety dispatchers, that we'd like to, have appointed. You do have a memo in your packet from the police chief, dated January 21st, requesting the appointment of Brent Wells and Alana Rainey to the position of part-time public safety dispatchers. Chief mentions these roles are vital to providing the necessary support to our full-time staff, enhancing our operational effectiveness and responsiveness. Alana Rainey was selected largely due to her educational qualifications, her bachelor degree from Worcester State University, as well as her extensive experience as a full-time dispatcher with the Wayland Police Department. She has demonstrated professional demeanor and articulated a keen interest in pursuing a career in public safety. Ms. Rainey would be a significant asset to our public safety communications department. And then we have Mr. Wells. He has demonstrated a keen interest in contributing to the community in which he currently resides. Mr. Wells' educational background from San Diego State University, along with his technical expertise, will undoubtedly facilitate his training for this position. Similar to Ms. Rainey, he will be a valuable addition to both the department and the organization. So with that, Madam Chair, I am requesting that the board ratify my appointment of Brent Wells and Alana Rainey as public safety dispatchers pending successful physical and drug screens.
I move that the board ratify the town administrator's appointment of Brent Wells and Alana Rainey as public safety dispatch pending successful physical and drug screen.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. So Madam Chair, the second item is the appointment of an acting fire lieutenant. And with that, I'll turn it over to the fire chief. There we go.
Currently, we have a fire lieutenant who's put in for retirement and is out on leave. It has been about 2 months. So what we usually do is we put somebody into an acting role so we don't lose our command structure. And I recommend we appoint Joe Sullivan to the acting role of lieutenant.
So with that, Madam Chair, I'm requesting that the board ratify my appointment of Joseph Sullivan as acting fire lieutenant effective February 3rd, 2026.
So moved. Speed it up.
Okay. Ellen?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, and then next we have seasonal snow contractors.
Yes, Madam Chair, I am recommending that the board ratify my appointment of Jose Sanchez as a seasonal snow contractor through March 31st, 2026 for snow removal work outside of his regularly scheduled hours. Currently, Mr. Sanchez is a custodian, working through the townwide custodial department. He does not work a full 40 hours a week, so we're able to utilize some additional hours for this position, which we've struggled to fill. And we've had a little more snow this year we've had in the last few years, so and I think more is expected within the next week. So we're hoping to get this appointment done right away. I'm requesting that the board ratify my appointment of Mr. Sanchez as a seasonal snow contractor through March 31st.
So moved.
Second,
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
I,
Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
When we heard back from council, I would maybe pull up.
All right, we'll skip the next one on the special municipal employee.
Special municipal
We'll
employees.
skip that.
We're just you can appoint someone as a special municipal employee, which allows them to do two different jobs.
Mhm.
It's not the person, it's the position. However, because it's a school custodian, I don't know if the board has authority to do that or if it has to go through school committee. And we haven't heard back
Okay.
from our labor council, so holding on that.
So we'll bring that up at your next meeting next Monday.
Okay.
And I believe the last appointment item, Madam Chair, is the appointment of a Millis Finance Committee Assistant. There is a letter in your packet from Jonathan Lohr, the Chair of the Finance Committee, who was here with us this morning. Over the last 2 to 3 weeks, Mr. Lohr has worked with the Director of Human Resources, Julie Cullinane, to interview and select a new Finance Committee Assistant. Julie has been great guiding us through the interviewing process over the last several days. 3 members of the Finance Committee, including Mr. Lohr, together reviewed, discussed, and evaluated the candidates for the position. And they have recommended Amanda Wells to be the new Finance Committee Assistant. Amanda currently works in the Millis Finance Office with Jody. And Mr. Lohr and other members of the Finance Committee believe that Amanda's experience and her operational knowledge will add a tremendous amount of value beginning this year in 2026 and hopefully for many years to come. So I'm in full agreement with the Finance Committee, and I'm requesting that the board ratify my appointment of Amanda Wells as a Finance Committee Assistant.
So moved.
second,
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, next we have an item to vote to authorize the DPW director to apply for Mass DEP Cybersecurity Improvement Grant.
Madam Chair, this is an opportunity through the Mass DEP Cybersecurity Improvement Program for a security grant in the amount of $30,000. I think it'll be a great improvement to our security systems, and I'm requesting that the board authorize Mr. McKay to apply for that grant.
I move the board to authorize the DPW director to apply for a $30,000 cybersecurity improvement grant with Mass DEP. These are great grants we're getting there.
do we have to authorize every department?
No, this is the DEP requiring that.
Yeah.
If you require a vote to just apply for the grant.
Usually we don't
Oh,
bring
the
these at this
DEP?
stage yet.
I know, I
Yeah,
was
yeah.
talking.
Second,
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Usually we don't bring those forward until we're asking the board to accept the grant,
Exactly.
Right.
the contract, yeah.
Hopefully soon we'll be accepting it.
Not accepted after we told them to apply.
Okay, and next we have vote to join the Metro West Regional Transit Authority.
Yes, Madam Chair, in your packet is materials from the Metro West Regional Transit Authority. If the board, I'm sure the board remembers from your last meeting. You did meet with representatives of the Transit Authority as well as the senior director who was here with us this morning, as well as our economic development director and planner, Mr. Weiss. And I think at the conclusion of the last meeting, there was a strong desire that the board move forward with joining. We didn't have the latitude within your last meeting's agenda to do that. But here this evening, we've posted as part of our meeting agenda to have that vote to join the Metro West Regional Transit Authority. So I'm requesting this morning that the board approve joining the Metro West Regional Transit Authority and enter into discussions with them to establish a transportation program for the town of Millis.
I move that the board approve joining the Metro West Regional Transit Authority and enter in discussions with them to establish a transportation program for Millis.
Second,
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, next. We are going to move on to our fiscal year 27 budget presentations. Of course, mine's not downloading, but
That one I got.
that one you've got? Okay, good.
That's what I looked
All
at.
right. Okay, so I'm just gonna try to expand this. It's in your email. It's sorry. Go Friday.
Okay.
Sorry, give me 1 second.
I'm gonna share my screen.
Okay, that's perfect. Go ahead. Yep. Okay, yeah, we're gonna start with fire and rescue with Chief Barrett.
Dead on time.
yeah,
See,
we're early.
one time. Told me that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You seeing it?
Yes.
Yes. There it goes.
You click on the from beginning. Was it?
So while we're waiting, just want to let everybody know, there's coffee up front, if up the side, if anyone wants a cup of coffee,
There we
please
go.
help yourself.
We love technology here.
Technology. All right, good morning, Chief Barrett with the Fire Department, here to present my 27 budget presentation. Look forward to this every year so much.
Not as much as we do.
Yeah.
That's why we put you first and give you 45 minutes.
Yeah, it's not gonna be 45 minutes, I hope, so.
Good.
Jump right into it. Just to go over our staffing structure right now, again, one full-time fire chief. Last year, we were lucky enough to get an addition of a full-time captain EMS coordinator, funded through our ambulance revenue. We have 4 full-time lieutenants, 12 full-time firefighter EMTs, 8 on call. And again, our schedule is Monday through Friday for me and 365 days a year. Our EMS coordinator's administrative schedule is Monday through Thursday. He also responds to calls 24 hours a day, 365. Our groups work 24 on, 24 off, 24 on, and then 96 off. And then currently we have 8 call firefighters. Our functions, as many people know, we respond to fires, medical emergency, brush fires, MVAs, animal rescues, public assist. We say if you can't handle it, just give us a call, we'll come and take care of it. And everybody really likes to do that, so we handle a large range of calls. This is always my favorite slide, just to show our community involvement. Again, we're everywhere, we try to do as much as we can with the community, with every group in the community, from preschool up to our senior citizens. And again, big projects again this year, the Sand for Seniors has been huge, where we go out and we fill buckets of sand and salt in cooperation with our DPW to make sure that our seniors can sand their walkways, and then it cuts down on our slip and fall responses. So it's a win-win for us. As I said, it's the favorite slide of the year. So jumping right into the budget, our spending highlights for FY27. It's pretty straightforward. Most of it is under a collective bargaining agreement, so there's not much that we can change. You will see on-call wages. You're gonna see an increase of about $83,000. We will discuss that further as we get into the other slides. But the other is all under the CBA. The biggest thing I like to show is that our paramedic wage, our rescue wage, and our wages clerical is all funded by ambulance revenue. That's almost $1 million that is funded from ambulance revenue and not taxation. I always put the challenge out there to show me another department that's doing that. And we continue to do that. It's getting tougher because that $1 million is a lot of money to take out of ambulance revenue. But we're holding strong right now. I'll take any questions on that before I jump forward.
Anything? No?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
So again, the biggest challenge we have, staffing versus call volume. In 2019, I received a federal grant that we hired 4 firefighter paramedics. And that brought us up to the level of 4 firefighter paramedics per shift. Over the last 7 years, our call volume has increased by 82% or more than 1,000 calls annually. In 2019, we did 1,410 calls with 16 full-time firefighters and 14 on-call. And last year we did 2,567 calls with that same amount of staff. We did have the increase with our captain, and if he's around, he helps during the day. Unfortunately, we hired him because there's roles that he needs to, roles and jobs that he needs to complete that aren't just responding to calls. But we noticed a big assistance with that 5th person on the shift. When he's in, we can just do a lot more. You would not think one person would make a big difference, but it does. Helps us staff that second ambulance. It keeps people available for the next call. And you would think that's not a big concern. Okay, you get a call and, 4 hours later, you get another call. Unfortunately for us, our big thing is our concurrent calls, and we'll get to that in the next slide. Earlier this year, there was a big incident in Fall River, and they highlighted firefighter staffing, and everybody jumped on the social media to kind of push how staffing is important. And I made a point to email our select board and tell them we're in good shape. And I truly do believe we're in good shape. We've made a lot of steps to get to the point to make sure that we can fiscally and safely staff our fire department to respond to any emergency in our community or mutual aid. The big thing is it's getting harder and harder. We're seeing so many calls that makes it tough for us to meet this standard. And this is the standard you will see if you do any research on firefighter staffing. It's NFPA 1710. That's what everybody jumped on and publicized. Their big thing is minimum 4 firefighters within 4 minutes to a reported fire in a single dwelling home. 15 to 17 on our first alarm. All right, that's almost our whole department, our whole full-time department. It's unlikely that we're gonna get that. This is where mutual aid comes in huge. We work so well with our other communities. We're part of their staffing, they're part of our staffing, and it's the only way it can work. But when you look at some of these other numbers, getting to like a strip mall or a garden apartment, Stony Brook, that was just recently we had it. 27 to 28 firefighters, it's just not gonna happen with what we have. And the same thing with the high rise, anything over 3 stories. If you want, you're welcome to look at the National Institute of Standards and Technology, and it'll back up everything that I state. Effectiveness, it says 2 to 3 people, crews are less effective than that one more person. At times, I brag about what we do with less. With Millis, me and Karen have this discussion all the time. When you work for Millis, you're not doing one job, you're probably doing 6 or 7. And that's the same thing on the fire ground. We're doing that. I have said, thank you so much. It's not gonna fix it. Thank you, appreciate it. And then the OSHA requirements, 2 in, 2 out. Before we're allowed to go in on a hose line, we have to make sure we have people to back up that hose line. Again, that's where our mutual aid comes into play. Any questions before jumping on?
Yes, I
Yeah,
have 2 questions, I think. First, we don't have any high rise, right?
anything over 3
But
stories.
do we have it?
We don't have any?
Right
they
here,
do?
Yeah,
How many stories is that?
it's 4 when you come off of that back park.
The one at the,
The new one, yep.
At the
Oh.
corner?
Yeah.
okay,
Well, why did you allow that to happen?
I'm saying it.
all right.
I did, I asked for 3 guys who said no, so.
And then,
Stony Brook is 3.
yeah,
The proposed, Herman Shoe site is supposed to be 4, garage on the first and 3 above. So that's
Okay.
where we are.
and then the prior slide, when you talked about on-call people, I was just curious, and I might have missed something or forgot
Yeah.
something, but how come we went from like in the teens of on-call people down to 8?
Question, and
Okay,
that's coming up.
okay, it is,
Yeah,
all right,
yeah.
all right, I'll just wait for
Yeah,
it,
it's
all right,
awesome.
okay, all
Thank
right,
you.
yep.
I just have one quick
Yeah.
question. These numbers, these
Yep.
standards,
Yep.
17 to 20, we don't have that many in our whole department. How can don't they have one of these for a smaller town?
No, because they don't care.
Okay.
They said this, so think about a town that has a volunteer department,
Mm-hmm.
who all are coming in. They're trying to meet this standard too, and it's tough. I mean, to try to respond from
But it
wherever
doesn't,
they
that
are.
doesn't make sense.
Doesn't.
You think, okay, good,
No, it doesn't, I believe me.
okay, good.
This is what we thought. I don't believe a lot of the building codes make sense. I don't think a lot of the fire codes make sense.
You're right.
As you know. And again, I don't agree with OSHA on a lot of things, but this is what we're held to.
Yeah, I got it.
And if something was to happen, my opinion does not matter. And FPA standard 1710, OSHA standard, that's what they're gonna go to. If town council was here, that's why I joked that she could be here. She's gonna say, that's the first thing they're gonna look at. Do you meet these requirements? How often do you meet these requirements? Those are the questions you're gonna see. So for me, I have to prepare for that. Again, I always say, my job is to inform you and make you aware of where we're, lacking staff or needing staff. Something bad happens, my conscience is clean. I'll stand in front of the cameras and say, I told them, I'll be honest with you. That is my job, to make sure that I protect me and my department. I'll protect the town as well as I can, but if I keep saying it and nothing happens, eventually I have to stand up there. So moving on, unless there's other questions. So again, just a quick breakdown on our call volume. Again, our emergency calls, it's the biggest thing that we have. The big number that jumps out, and you're gonna continue to see this in other slides, our concurrent calls. So concurrent calls, when our crew goes out, the 4 members go out. During that call, or quickly right after, within a half an hour, there's another call. Of our 2,576 calls, 610 times that happened. That's not making up, that is facts
In 1 year.
in 1 year. So we're going to calls and then getting a call while there or while clearing there. Recently, we've had calls go to the 4th. We're on our 4th call within that same hour. This morning alone, they went to a call that required both ambulances and a mutual aid ambulance on one call, and it just continuously happens. I don't know why, there's no rhyme or reason for it. But we do know that when we go up to 125 Dover Road, or any facility, when they see lights, somebody else doesn't feel good. So while we're there,
Oh,
a lot of times we'll get another call. So it's tough, but that's what we're dealing with. And then the other number that's really big is our mutual aid. Because all towns are in the same situation as Millis, and they're no different than us, they're struggling as well with staffing, and funding staff, and it doesn't stop the calls. So we're going to those towns a lot, 425 times last year. Medway is struggling. They have the same facility as we do, with a couple more people, but they're there all the time. And when they're there, we're going to one of their other facilities in town, or just helping them handle other emergencies. Again, a lot of people ask, can we just say no? No, we're not gonna do that to our mutual aid because we need it as well. We don't rely on mutual aid as much as we provide it because of the dedicated staff that we have, because our staff lives in town, because they come from home. We're very lucky that we're able to handle multiple of those calls. I always say we can handle up to about the 3rd call. The 4th call is usually, we're bringing somebody in. So that's kind of where we are. Again, public assist, like I
Can I
said.
ask one question?
Yeah, sure.
On the mutual aid, I think I asked this last year, but I can't remember anything anymore. There's no payback.
So there is, so if we take a medical in Medway, we get paid for the medical. So we bill their insurance, Medway gets nothing. Same thing here, that was a big thing back when we weren't doing medical calls here, we were giving all that money away. Now we're keeping all that, and now
Okay,
we're
but
taking
what if you go to a fire in Medway?
fire, no.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just reciprocal.
Okay,
And then again, inspections are up just because building is up, so there. Talking about building again, we always say, oh, it's not gonna happen, they're planning it, it's not gonna come. Listen, I've been doing this chief thing for 14 years, and every year they're like, oh, it's not gonna happen. Dover Road's not gonna happen, well, it's there. Glenelg's never gonna go through, it's there. They always say it, so if this makes it to this point that we're discussing it, it's gonna happen, we just don't know when. So these are the projects that I know that are in the planning phase. Stony Brook, we never know what them there. But 114 Union Street, the Herman Shoe property, 1178 Main Street, and Hammond Lane. Woodlands, the Tresca project, that's moving forward.
yep,
Gateway of Millis is almost complete, they have one more building, we're in final inspection of that, and that'll be full. Cobble Knoll, up across from Tractor Supply. Emerson Place is close to being finished, but they still have, probably 15 houses, I think, to go. 1060 Main Street is done. They'll be moving people in soon, so we'll see an impact with that. Village Street, there's a project that across from the synagogue. That's a possibility that they said about 13 houses. I know you guys are having the discussions with Millis Housing about possibly 50. 1280 Main Street, we met with those people across from Tractor Supply, a different project. You know, they were at the 100 number. And then we just most recently met with 34 Bridge Street, about 32 units. I know that's got a long way to go, but it's 40B, it's gonna be very hard for us to stop it. I know we'll ask a lot for, you know, them to do things, but I think it's definitely coming. So all that impacts our staff. So what does that mean? So, again, knowing with the restraints we have on the town has on its budgets, and, you know, the need of the police department to get something. You know, and I 100% agree with that, and I'm gonna support the chief as much as I can, because I know he needs it. And then the fact that we really can't pull from, ambulance revenue much more. So the next round of hires has to come from taxation, and I know there's no appetite for it now. But it has to. I mean, we fund $1 million. We really can't be asked to fund much more than that. So historically, our call firefighters, they respond when available. All of them have full-time jobs somewhere else. Their requirement with Millis, and ours are a lot more strict than others. We hold them to the same standards as our full-time staff. So they're required to cover a 12-hour shift, on the overnight, because we can't ask them to do it while they're at work. So 6 PM to 6 AM, they have to respond to any calls that happen at that night to help us out. Excuse me. And it used to be, they'd come out 3 or 5 times a week. Well, now they're out 3 or 5 times a night. And the biggest complaint I'm getting is, Chief, I can't do this anymore. I'm not sleeping. I go to work. They're seeing it at work. And how can I put that pressure on them, you know? But it's the need I have. I have no choice. So we've gone from 14 down to 8. And the biggest thing, we've lost a few to full-time jobs because we're very good and we were able to get them jobs other places. But the biggest thing is they can't commit to it. So we've seen that really be a problem. So one of the things that we did, I did, is in December, because we were seeing such an increase in overnight call volume, is that I brought those members in. Brought them in, paid them to stay overnight and do the calls. And we saw a dramatic increase in their buy-in, their ability to, I can at least sneak in a nap after a call and get in for the next day. And just being more part of our department, and doing more calls, they're more educated. So that led me to say, we can really do a lot with this 5th person. And we've seen it, multiple serious calls, where having that person there made it so that we could staff both ambulances. Several fires that we were able to roll our engine and the ladder at the same time and make an initial quick attack that is prolonged property preservation. So time and time again, we were seeing this improve, and I said, wow, if I can do this with our call guys for a while and not put the pressure on the town to hire full-time staff, why would I not try it? So my request is that we fund our on-call staff to be utilized on the overnights and anytime we're at 4, so Saturdays, Sundays, and Fridays. So the cost to cover, it says dollars, but 6,670 hours times the average is $183,000. Currently, the call budget's $100,000. The cost for gear, cost for training, cost for uniforms, contract agreements, benefits, nothing. So my request above level service is $83,000. Now, the comparison to the right is, if I was to say, I need those full-time firefighters, 4 of them. Average salary, $305,000 for 4 of them, plus overtime and shift coverage, plus new gear and equipment, plus the training, plus uniforms, plus union agreements. And I think the big one is the benefits and insurance. That's $24,000 per person if they take the town insurance. So we're looking at about $500,000. So my thought is, this is much more appetizing than coming to you, asking for a firefighter, you not being able to fund it, me coming back next year. I think this can prolong our hiring for a couple of years. I think our call volume is gonna push us where I'm gonna have to press for more full-time staff. But I think if we can get this in place, it's really sustainable for a little while where we can, you know, have good call people who feel like they're part of the department without a huge impact on the town. So that's my first request.
Okay,
Questions?
anything?
No.
No?
No.
Okay,
Good. Again, I just do a quick breakdown of the ambulance revenue. You know, these are the most common numbers. The big thing is, what we've seen is more and more ambulance receipts, being questioned by insurance companies. We're having to provide more information that nobody wants to pay. So if you look at it historically, we're seeing about a $200,000 jump each year in collections. The path that it's headed right now, I don't know if we make that 200,000 more. We're down a little bit, but the problem is the collections aren't per month. We don't get collected by it. They send the invoices out, and as the payment comes in, it goes into the account. So, you know, we're still right on track. I just don't know if we'll make that big bump that we've been making over the last few years. Again, with increased call volume, rolling that second ambulance, you know, we will see it a little bit. So that's ambulance revenue. Questions? Okay, spending highlights. Again, not a whole lot. One of the things I did is reduce our consulting services. We're working with a new doctor. He charges less. So I reduced that by 5,000. Everything else is level funded except for equipment, maintenance, medical supplies, supplies and expenses, and vehicle supply and repair. Just because we've seen an increase in cost delivery. You know, getting the equipment costs more. Increases of the equipment by 5 to 8% every year is happening. So I put in those requests there. Any questions on spending?
anything?
No.
Okay.
How about that?
Again, just going through non-tax funding stuff, permits inspections, new construction plan review and inspection, and then grants. Again, DFS for some gear. Senior Safe, MEMA, we got a $25,000 state earmark for multi-gas meters, still waiting for payment on that, but we did get it. So those are some of the things that we have.
I have a quick question.
Yeah,
We charge for doing all these permits, right?
we do.
Are we current and competitive with what we're charging, or do we need to look at that?
Nope, so what we've done is we follow the state recommended
Okay.
price, so if they move, we move with.
Okay, all
So
right,
that's where we are right now.
thank you.
I will back up a little bit. We are due for an ambulance rate hike. We haven't done it in 2 years, so we've
Okay.
had a review with our billing agency lately. That will require a hearing, so I'll be sending a letter soon, probably after budget season.
Okay, all right,
Capital replacement worksheet. Again, this has been in place for years now. They do a great job of it and then updating it. You'll see on here, one of my requests will be for the bottles. We'll talk about it. But upcoming is our cardiac monitor replacement. If you can believe it, they're already 10 years old. And then the replacement of the ambulance. Our goal is to try to keep pushing that off a little bit. What we've done is because we're having so many medicals, we're rotating our ambulances. So every month, one of them goes to the backup, the other one moves to the front, and we've been able to see us prolong its life a little bit longer. So the goal is to see if I can push that off. The problem is we're still a 2-year window of waiting for the delivery. So at some point, we have to make the decision, yeah, in 2 years, we're gonna need it, so we need to order it this year.
Mhm.
I think we're in pretty good shape. I think the 29 will be where we'll talk about it, or we'll look to fund it. So we'll see more next year, see where we stand. Okay. So the capital replace number one, again, is just the SCBA apparatus. You'll see it's been on the worksheet for well over 5 years. I was planned for this year, it was supposed to be at the cost of 150,000. When I bought the new engine, I was able to sneak in 8 bottles and 4 packs, which reduces how much we needed now. So right now we have 6 air packs and 12 air bottles that have reached their end of life and that we need to replace. So again, initially budgeted for 150,000, this request is for 66,000. We will have another replacement of the other half in 29. The problem is, these have drop dead dates. The bottles are really good for 15 years. After 15 years, you can't use them, you can't test them, we have to take them out of service. And the packs have life expectancy of 10. So we're meeting both of those. These aren't wants, these are actual needs. We have to replace them. Any questions on that?
No.
Number two, again, everybody loves the unfunded mandates that the state likes to put out. So what OEMS and the Department of Public Health has said is now our paramedics need to give medications that come through an IV pump. It's not currently required, wasn't currently required. It's been fought for probably 3 years now. A lot of departments have kind of pushed back on it. The problem is a lot of these medications with our transport time to hospitals can be administered slowly over those 15 to 20 minutes. And the state is now requiring it. So, an infusion pump is one of the things they're requiring. We would need two, at a total cost of $15,376.04. Again, that's a requirement by the state. We could probably push it until our December license renewal, but then they would
Okay.
tell us we need it. The last request is kind of like a different one. So, we renovated the station back in 2017. And at the time, it was great. The problem is we built for then, we never built for the future. What we've seen with our growth, is we're busting out at the seams. I came to Mike and Karen probably 6 months ago and said, hey, can I get a container that we can store office stuff? Because we filled up our electrical room, our IT room, every closet we own, to the point that if I was doing an inspection at another facility, I would tell them they'd have to remove all that from the electric room. So we don't want to get in any trouble with that. So what we've kind of come up with is currently we took our gym and we converted it to office space, and our EMS coordinator and part-time admin shared that, but it's also a storage room. So it's starting to be tough for them to operate. And again, with our EMS coordinator being full-time and he's there during the day, he's holding meetings, he's having people come in and vendors, and they're doing all these meetings in a storage room. So what we've come up with is if we were to take that room and convert it by adding two walls, we could turn it into 2 bunk rooms and a locker room for our call members. And then unfortunately, we would lose our training space and we could turn that into 2 offices, one for the admin, one for the EMS coordinator. So it's not ideal, but again, we're Millis, we have to kind of figure out what we can do. And this, I think, is a cost-effective way of doing it without having to go to the taxpayers and talk about an addition. But this, again, I think if we can do this, this could prolong us for 10 years. It gets us so that we're, we can live in there for a while. So we spoke with our town electrician, sprinkler contractor, locker provider. Most of the stuff would be done in-house. We would, definitely work with our building commissioner, wire inspector, and do all the construction ourselves to cut down on cost.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
What would you do? So if you're losing your training space and your gym, what do you?
So the gym has been moved into a garage. So our forestry bays are now the gym.
Okay,
And as for trainings, anything that we hold big enough, we would work with our partners down at the police station.
I was just gonna say, would you share the police?
We would
Okay.
ask that if we can.
Yeah,
If not, if we can, for department meetings, we would do it in our apparatus bay. Whatever we could do. Unfortunately, like I said, this is just what would work.
that is
for us right
unfortunate.
now.
That's a great space.
Don't you guys get a break at the gym? Encompass?
We do, but we have a requirement that they work out on duty. So we're not gonna park trucks down at Encompass, so.
Okay.
I
They're down there most of the time in our parking lots anyway, cause they just run in and do a couple of,
Yeah,
When you walk into the fire station.
Yep.
And you turn left.
yeah,
There's the little office with the window.
yeah.
And then there's another room. What's that room? That you usually have,
The
you
one
know,
we
the
go
coffee
to?
in.
The coffee, so we have the day room, that's the first thing you see.
Yeah,
And then we have the fire prevention office, that's the next room, it's like our small conference setting meeting.
Okay, all right, but that would remain.
That would
so you'd
remain,
still
yeah,
have
we
that.
can't get rid of.
Yeah,
you know, so.
okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah. No, we'll
Okay.
be talking about it at capital planning, I'm sure.
Yes.
Yep,
And then just an update on the upcoming capital, we've already kind of talked about it. A2, it's about $600,000, it's 24 to 36 months out, so, next year I think will be the hard discussion, do we order it now and then wait for it to come in? And then also our cardiac monitors, again, it's just a state requirement, they meet their end of life, we have to replace them. One of the things we're trying to do as well as last year, we were trying to repurpose trucks and do things that we can fix in-house, so we bought a UTV and all that is going great. One of the things we're thinking of doing is downsizing our fleet, and getting rid of engine 5. It's a truck that's up at Station 2. It's older, it just doesn't meet the needs of us right now. So the goal would be to, I guess sell that, auction that off, as well as car 3, the Tahoe. And eventually replace both of those with a pickup truck that we can plow with and use for like equipment removal and stuff like that. So those are the upcoming questions.
You said that the truck is currently parked at Station 2?
Yeah,
Where's Station 2?
Rockville,
You're using that?
we've always used it, we have to. Yeah. That's where a lot of stuff is stored.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't wanna see it.
No.
The problem is it's too small.
Yeah.
We can't fit anything bigger than a pickup truck in there, because it was, horses and stuff. It's tough to put anything inside it.
okay. Hi,
Hello, Heidi Gilmore at 13 Evergreen. I have a question for the chiefs, and actually for probably both chiefs. I imagine we're gonna hear similar things with the police department. I just want to share a very quick story. My husband and I were coming out of Roach Brothers about 6 months ago. And as we were coming down Milliston Road, we saw an elderly gentleman on the sidewalk just fall down. So I called 911. It was the first 911 call I have ever made in my life. And we drove past, we got to the end of Milliston, and I said to my husband, I want to go back. I want to make sure that guy got help. So we made a U-turn wherever we could. Wherever we could, and came back. And in that 2 or 3 minutes max that it took us to make that U-turn and come back, there was a fire truck there was an ambulance, and there were, I think, 2 police cars. That really hammered home for me the importance of our first responders. And as I listened to these presentations last year and now this year again, I wonder, when we're planning and approving building projects in town, do we have baked into the process also looking at staffing for fire and police? It seems like that should grow proportionally with the building and development going on in town.
I mean, I don't know that I don't think there's a specific formula for
No.
any of this, we have frequent discussion, I'd say fairly frequent discussions with the chiefs. This doesn't come up just at budget season, we have discussions where, the upcoming projects and the planning and how many people, we'd expect to grow by will be brought up and discussed. And I think some of these projects, though, we have less control over.
Right.
Especially if they're, 40Bs. We don't have as much say in whether or not they get to come here because we're under our percentage, right?
But we're still gonna have to support.
But we still have to support it. So yes, that is a discussion that comes up, but there is no formula baked in. And, this right here, these budget discussions, this is where it all
Right.
comes up and comes to a head, and we have to see what money we have and what we can do with it. I wish I had a better answer.
Yeah.
Do you have a better answer?
No, not really, but
Okay.
the last time we added 2 police officers was when Glen Ellen was proposed and started moving, because they hadn't built it yet and it got delayed, so we had a little bit of a budget crunch for about a year before any tax revenue rolled in, but we had the 2 officers. So that was a deliberate response to more people coming to town. When Glen Ellen was finally approved, we did add 2 police officers. I don't think there's a formal proposal or process to do it, but typically if the projects come in and generate tax revenue, that's where the money goes to. It's not that it's required to add the police, but or fire, but if more revenue comes in, it gives us the opportunity to consider that. And it was done deliberately with Glen Ellen, and I don't think it's been done deliberately since. Yeah.
Okay, good, because I am constantly amazed with what I hear these guys doing to be sure they can support the
Yeah.
town. So.
Thank you. Mhm.
And again, just because we have the opportunity, and not just because it's my department or Chris's department, but again, as a board, you should sit there very proud because we truly are the best in the area. We hear it time and time again from our mutual aid partners, from their boards. And it's not just fire, and it's police. Like what we can do with the staff that we have, nobody else is doing. And to provide it at a level that we're doing, nobody else is doing. It's the thing that me and Chris take the most pride in, is that if our residents are proud of their departments, at the end of the day, we both sleep better, knowing that our residents are happy with that. And I think from what we know, they are, and we're doing everything we can to keep that going, so.
Yeah, and I want to thank you for all
Yeah.
you do, you and Chris and all the teams, you know. You do, like you've said earlier, you make do with a lot, you know, with little, you do a lot with little. And, you know, when you ask us for things, you're not just willy-nilly saying, yeah, hey, I want another 5 people, you know, give that to me. You're coming here with a plan to, you know, save as much as possible because you're sensitive to the other needs that we have as well. So I'm very hopeful that we
And
can
I'm
make everything work.
Kind of a taxpayer, so.
Yeah, that's true, that's true, yeah.
I talk to a lot of towns around, because I know the town managers and some of the select board members, and I have to tell the residents, if they don't know, there are many departments that surround us that are a mess. They not only don't do what we do, but there's infighting. And people leave, because we get a lot of they're good fire people, that's how we hear it, they're a mess. And this town, for many, many years, when I was growing up, our police and fire were not always on the same page. But for the last however many years, our police and fire, first of all, work together like no other. And we do more than no other. I've said that since forever. Millis does more with less, like nobody does.
Across the board.
Across the board.
Across the board.
But don't think that we're okay with that either. Do you know
No.
what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, it's
I know.
not like we're like, oh, you know, you do more with less, awesome, you know?
No,
It's-
no.
We want to give more, you know, obviously we'll do everything we
Yeah.
can, but
We're catching up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So, yeah.
We're catching up. I don't think people realize that Millis now is the most affordable town around.
Yeah.
And people have their eyes on Millis. This all they can, they're coming. We got skipped over. I don't know why, but we got skipped over. But now we're coming into our own, and hopefully we will do as much with the new money that comes in to keep everybody
where they need to
Yeah.
be.
where they need to be.
Yeah, and our response times are phenomenal. I mean, I had a guy go down with a heart attack in the YMCA, and one of our buildings, we could watch it all on the live feed, which was just weird. Our CPR trainer was in the building, so we had him shocked and everything. Took 7 minutes for the fire to get there and get the defibrillators on. And by that point, he was sitting up saying he wanted to go home. And we told him he can't. Because we just shocked you back to life. But, you know, we were there within a minute and a half that he missed the first shock because of our people, but it was 7 minutes before the fire got there.
Yeah.
Our response times, like Heidi pointed out, are just phenomenal for our town. So,
Very appreciated.
yeah,
And we are of you, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoy your day.
Yeah.
Thanks.
It started us off good.
Yes.
Watch.
All right.
While you're,
No audio.
All right, next we have recreation.
Again.
Hello, ma'am. How are you? Good morning.
You.
Good.
Chris Fogarty, Millis Recreation Department Director, here to do my budget for FY 27. Just a couple of things I want to show are some highlights. from last year. So we have, the program coordinator position was reevaluated and reclassified, and we welcome Jeff Page, who has been absolutely outstanding. We've also increased the summer fun week staff and participation. The carnival again came back last year and was really successful, especially where we added on one more day. And the fireworks coming back is also a bonus. It draws in a lot of people. Rolling off the fireworks, we have established some gift funds for some of these events that we offer. I guess the carnival's not free, but we have gift funds now that we can obtain funding to pay for either the Santa parade, the lights, or anything that goes along with that, as well as paying for the fireworks, which are very expensive. Some of the department goals, Jody and I have talked briefly about maybe revisiting, creating some type of revolving fund in the future. We're also implementing more in-house programming that will, so Jeff, he comes from another town and has done that there, and he's very enthusiastic about running programs with in-house staff rather than sourcing it out. So we're looking forward to that. He's got a couple right now to start a run club and a fitness club for kids, and those are filling up very quickly for the spring. So we're pretty happy about that. Another idea and goal that we have is we'd like to implement a CIT program for the Get Out and Play weeks, our summer camp.
It's a CIT program.
A CIT program is a counselor in training.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I'll get into that a
Okay.
little bit more, but yeah, great question.
Okay.
Looking at our staffing levels. Right now, there's two of us, and it's myself as the director at 37.5 hours a week, and the program coordinator at 30 hours a week. So that's keeping that the same. Any questions so far? No, great.
No.
Okay. Looking at the budget sheet, which is this piece of paper.
Okay.
We are keeping it, on this is level service request. And that would be the salaries of 151,792. As well as the expenses, we're just gonna go for the level service of 100,440, which was last year. Slightly under.
Okay.
Moving on, I've got a little chart here, perhaps, maybe, hopefully, yes. It's just showing the revenue versus expenses, and it's basically the overall trends remain steady.
I'm sorry, just on the budget, the budget sheet that we have shows FY 26 to 27 going up by about $50,000.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
two things. Last year, we reevaluated and reclassified the program coordinator position.
But I'm seeing from last year, 26, the year we're currently in, going to 27, I see it going from 250, let's call it 252 to 298, yeah. So I see it increasing by $47,000, not being flat or level, which is 18%. I'd expect 5% just with contracts and such. And the largest increase line is the, I lost it, the program something.
Program,
Is that the,
Services.
program contractual services went up 40 grand.
Yeah, that's the line that jumped.
is that the marijuana impact fees switching over to the general?
Oh, okay, take out there's an updated one.
Oh, okay, all right.
So, the rec camp wages should be not included in the level serviced.
The 16.4 or the 13,932?
The 13,932 should not be in there because that's an above level service request.
Okay,
Okay.
that's only 14 grand. We're looking for another,
I'm looking at
30.
I'm looking at the program contract services line going up.
Went up 20,
under
30,
expenses, it went from.
Yeah, that's the
78
difference.
to
Okay,
1.
so. That again. There, I don't have the updated one for you. I'm
Okay.
gonna get this to
Okay.
you as quickly as possible. That is different.
What does yours say?
78,480.
So
What does it
100
say to the right of it though, under the 2027 requested?
Panic mode, all right.
No, it's-
so-
Don't panic. Don't panic. It's okay.
Yeah.
I said it's 110.
Yeah.
That's a-
Mine says 110.
That's 110.
No, it's okay.
Oh, it's
Okay,
okay.
all right, okay.
We're good.
So it
Right.
was
I don't know.
adopted at 78,000 and it looks like requested was 110, but you said that changed, Chris.
Yes.
Okay, all right,
Okay.
So
okay, that's okay,
For it.
that's
Yeah.
All is
fine. It's fine, no worries.
Okay.
And I was just gonna say, under the personnel services, obviously there is contractual.
Right,
Right. I get the,
The bottom is right now.
I
okay,
get the,
right,
The bottom one. I'm sorry, I'm very sorry.
that's okay.
yeah, just give me the new
That's
number.
okay. So the new number is on the expenses, sorry, on the salary side is 151,792.
No, right here. What is this new
And
number?
then the new number down below is 100,480. Yes.
No, I'm looking for this new number. It says this is not correct, the 110.
Okay, yep, so that's 78,480.
But
So the
that's
program
78. Did you
contractual-
move up a nickel?
No,
Okay, so let's
Okay.
stay the
and the
same.
rest
All right.
becomes above level service.
Yep, yep,
Yeah.
okay,
Okay.
I'll just send you guys this as a standalone.
Okay.
'cause
It
it's
just stayed the
updated.
same, that's all.
Yep.
All right, we're good.
we're good now,
Thank you.
okay? no-
Yeah, and just to go back to the thing I say every year, can we get everything consistent? So above level service is not included
Yep,
in all of them?
updated after the packet was put
Okay,
together. so-
yeah, yeah.
I've been saying that for 27 years.
Okay,
26.
It happened with the marijuana funds, you
Now,
know.
my kid was
Easier
born
than
when I was on it,
Huh?
28.
Said than done.
Yeah,
Is it?
It's a lot of moving parts going on. behind the
Okay.
scenes.
all right, go ahead, continue.
So moving on, I'm just going to, I have two above level requests in my
Okay.
packet. The first one is to include the Get Out and Play camp salaries and expenses into the budget.
Okay,
It breaks down, the salaries would be $13,932, which is actually less than the request from last year, and I'll get into that, the reason why, in a minute. And also the supplies, we did a little reconfiguring, and that would be $700. Again, it's about $300 less than the request from last year. So the total would be $14,632.
And just to clarify, this is a service that's already being provided, but it's being provided through the community compact
The whole
funds.
agreement.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, the host, yeah, community impact.
So this program was originally funded through the host agreement, and recognizing that this was just going to be a temporary source of funding, we have gradually increased the fees, for this program over time, so that it could be fully self-funded once the host agreements, expired. The transition has been very successful, and the program is now financially sustainable. So basically, for anybody, you all have been here for a little bit, but some of the new finance committee members might not know what the Get Out and Play Inclusive Camp is. Basically, a typical day, they come in, they check in, we have morning meeting to go over the day's agenda and expectations of all the campers. And then it gives them a chance to connect with fellow campers as well as their counselors. They get divided into age appropriate groups and rotate throughout the day for 4 activity stations. The final 15 minutes, we come in, say goodbye, have a brief meeting, and then kids are dismissed as their parents pick up. We have a system in place where they're in the gym. Parents come in, they get checked off, and then a runner goes in to gather the kids, so that way they're all contained in that area. We're actually fortunate, again, once with the new program coordinator, Jeff Page, he is going to slide into the camp director position. And he's very enthusiastic about doing it. He's also developed a couple of new ideas. The one was the council and training program this summer. So a little bit more detail is this is gonna be available for students in grades 6 and 7. And it introduces them how to see the responsibilities of becoming a counselor. And I think it's a great initiative because it will retain good staffing and continue to strengthen and expand the program overall. So that is request number 1. Any questions?
Do we apply for grants for that program?
Yes and no. Well, so I guess you can't consider the host agreement
No.
to be a grant. We did get a grant a few years ago with the state, and it was about $10,000. So definitely something I would be happy to look into. And if you have any suggestions, you know, being in the field,
Yeah.
please.
I mean, this is just a program, especially with diverse abilities, all that stuff. This is a camp that would probably be ripe for grants. That's what it sounds like. And that was part of the plan with the HCA to try to fund it through grants because we knew it was a date certain that it was going to end. So.
So I do have a question, and I hate to ask it because it's
Yeah.
probably gonna make it complicated. You ready?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna ask it anyway. So with the whole way this is structured and the fact that you make income from these things, and then you have your budget.
Yeah.
But sometimes things fluctuate, which is why I'm sure there's been discussion about a revolving account. If we had a revolving type account in place, would we be able to just fund this stuff out of the revolving account? Rather than doing these above level service things and building them in
So
part
they're
of the
taking back
budget?
their own money. Is
So
that
they're
what you're
taking
saying?
back their own money,
Putting them in charge.
right?
Well, that would go back to, then we have to reduce the budget from what we're funding now and say it's all paid out of. We can't keep the
But would-
budget at this level and then say, and here's a revolving fund.
Well, I was thinking more like the
Yeah.
budget itself contains what is necessary for the department to work, you know, the salaries of the people that run the department and, you know, the expenses, you know, the normal
Yeah.
things that would be in a budget. And then for the things that go over that, like, you know, whatever money she has to put into doing the carnival and the Santa parade and whatever, you know, the paying out people that do these programming that they offer in the catalogs, like, couldn't we just have a revolving where that stuff then comes out? So like, they get in the fees for like a charcuterie night. They get in the $75 fee for the charcuterie night, it goes in the revolving fund, they can just pay the charcuterie person out of the revolving fund.
Something that they once had or no?
We did
Yeah.
have,
We did have
you know,
that.
a type of revolving
Yeah.
account, and we did have some different types of those.
Okay.
And, you know, if
Well,
it's-
yeah, and the
And why
problem
did
is,
we not?
because some of that fund,
remember
the
those.
$78 for charcuterie night doesn't just go to pay for that. It also was contributing towards salaries and other things for the director and the other staff.
But I
So-
don't feel that that's appropriate, that part.
Well, I'm fine with the revolving fund, but we will reduce the budget dramatically again and then say pay for the program supplies out of program events out of revolving funds. You can't keep the budget sitting at 200 and whatever thousand. Because
Yeah, okay.
if you looked back to 22, it was a $63,000 budget with doing exactly what you
I
said.
think during
There were
COVID,
concerns,
No, because that
Some of the- yeah.
didn't include the salaries.
well, the salaries are paid out of the revolving fund. So
Right.
throw in another 100,000, called
Right.
163, so we cut the budget back to 100 something and 180 something thousand, and then all the fees would be paid out of the revolving fund. But then that gave the fear that we wouldn't be able to afford everything, and this gave stability to the department. I think there's a whole conversation about revolving
We're gonna
funds
have to-
coming up,
okay.
Yeah.
but
You
the,
were right
Okay.
when you said at the beginning, this was gonna open.
All
up
right,
a-
Yeah.
never mind.
I mean, it's just, we can go back to that, but that was the exact reason we got rid of it,
Yeah.
because the rec department came here concerned about stability in the program. We said, we'll give you the same stability police, fire, DPW, everybody else has. But you live within these parameters.
But-
So if we say, okay, earn that money, Chris, and if you don't make the money, you don't run programs. We're back to where we were in 2022.
But
So,
what we have to be sensitive of is that they're bringing in this revenue with like the carnival and the camps and everything, and that's going into the general fund, correct? So when she's coming to us with these above level service, we really actually need to do them.
We should go
Because
back
how much
to
did,
accounting,
how much did we bring in on revenue?
right?
That's the key thing.
Yeah.
Right.
We must.
Do you know how much we brought in on revenue?
So not right at the moment, but what I can tell you is all of this is great discussion and there are multiple ways to.
Right.
Incorporate the programming and such for recreation. Revolving funds are a great tool. The operational budget is a tool, but they have to be very laser focused on how we're employing them. So in other words, just to say, let's put rec all in a revolving fund doesn't make sense, right?
Right.
But maybe it makes sense to say, you know, let's take summer programming, which is 3 months out of the year. And that's revolving for all of the get out and play programs. That way, if Chris is wildly successful with those programs, which she has been, some of that money can, you know, go back to the programs. And then it can just continue to build from there. But Craig, and this is where you're going, there are indirect costs associated with
Yeah.
running those. So we can't tap the operating budget for all of the salaries and the overhead that's required to run the programs and let the programs just sort of keep building without having
Right.
some of that indirect cost,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So it's really, last year when we did the budget and we looked at expenses related to the recreation department, that was $100,000 just dumped in expenses, and I was not comfortable looking at that and saying, but wait, like, what's the distribution of these expenses, right, for $100,000? So Chris has done a great job of tracking and detailing all of the expenses associated with rec. And that's why we broke out the budget, as you can see in front of you, for last year, and so we're building upon that this year. The discussion we'll probably have next year might be a revolving fund, but isolated to particular programs.
I
So
see.
we are having those discussions, we just need to make sure that we're employing the proper model in the proper fashion so that it does what it's supposed to, and it's not just, you know,
Do library fines go back to the library? Or do they go
No,
in
they
general
go to
fund?
general fund.
And police tickets go to the police?
everything's general
So
fund.
that's the difference. I mean, that was part of the other reason. We didn't want, the police and the library and saying we deserve to keep our fines and our fees in a revolving fund for us. And that was, but I'm willing to consider it, but I think it opens up a can of worms that
But I
that you
think
don't want
doing
to.
it the way she says makes sense. You know what I mean, with the get out and play specifically.
It might with
the
a
summer
specific
program.
area, with a
Right,
specific
it's not
summer
just
program.
revolving
You know,
fund or
it
not.
have to be,
Right, it could be.
I
very
could
targeted
consider it.
for purpose.
but I'd like to see how much revenue we brought in and find out if we're subsidizing the program or not
Right,
through
Right.
taxation.
but she should know too.
Yeah.
Good information.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, if
Well, I
we're
think-
subsidizing it right now through taxation, then the argument is we've got a problem and a revolving fund isn't gonna solve it. It's gonna exacerbate it.
That's right, but if it's over,
If it's the other direction, then it does make sense to, and I would rather say we're expecting 200 and, I can't see my number, cause I crossed it out. We're expecting $280,000 of revenue, so congratulations, we can easily move your budget up because we can allocate more money.
Yeah,
Right.
I would never be a proponent of taking the entire recreation department and making it a revolving
No,
fund.
I'm not
I
saying
think
that
that,
either.
no, and I don't just,
Yeah.
so I think that, again, the targeted discussions would be around creating a revolving fund, whether it's a 53D or a 53E&a half, both have different
Yep.
statutory requirements and benefits and whatnot. But we would design something very specifically to let Chris and team continue to grow programs without, you know, the threat of not having finances and being in a position to say, I wanna hurry up and, you know, advertise this program so that I can get the best counselors in February and March. But I don't know if I'm gonna get the funding until May, so then it's this whole thing that's
Right.
up in the air, which is not a good place for anybody to be. Both on the parent side as well as, you know, offering it. So I do think that there's some value there. Last year was let's see how this all is shaking
Yeah.
out and what's past practice. Let's talk about some solutions that make, you know, the most sense going forward. So I think that'll be a conversation for next year's budget. Once we get our arms around what makes the most sense, we'll have a recommendation.
but what I'm saying is also,
Mhm.
yeah, that's great, but what I'm saying is based first above level service request we really need to fund that because that's how she's going to run
Right.
a summer camp.
Prospectively.
Yes, right.
Right.
Like if that, if
First
she
time.
doesn't have that,
Right,
then,
dead in the water.
right.
But also, I mean,
Been
5
every
years,
year. Like I didn't know if I was gonna get host funding, but again, in my
Right.
head, I'm like fully aware it's going away.
Yeah, this is the marijuana impact stuff that's gone, so we have to fund this because
Well-
we have to pull this into part of
we
the,
should pull it in, absolutely, I
Yeah.
agree with that. Part of the theory was with 5 years' notice, it was hopefully grants. Not having any grants existing on it is, in my mind, problematic. That was the idea we did with the library, with the community resource officer, with this. It was a 5-year run out to see if we could find another revenue source to replace, because grants go,
But a grant is temporary. I've already
Yeah.
built in the
Yeah.
fees.
She's
But
the
that-
only one that actually
Right.
prepared for this.
done something with it. I'm with you, yeah.
Chris,
Well,
what would you wanna see?
Chair.
No,
Hold on,
the board.
hold on, hold on.
Yeah.
We're not ready yet. Give me a minute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're not ready yet. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that, yeah, all of these programs, not just that we've got the school resource officer, which is gonna be 100. It's big potatoes, this is small potatoes, you know, hit to the budget, and all these coming in that have to be paid out of taxation next year. Are concerning, and we have to look at all of them. I think this is a critical one. I think it should be paid, and that $15,000 for it makes perfect sense to me to put into the budget as above level service. Having said that, we have to make sure we can afford the school resource officer and everything else that's gone by the
You're
wayside.
also, but.
Yeah.
By not
Yeah.
having the salaries for the camp, the town is also, whatever's left over is going into the general
Well,
fund to also help.
And that's why I want to see the revenue breakdown. Without a revenue, you're the only department where I care about a revenue breakdown.
I have stuff from last year and I'll be happy
Yeah,
to share
I mean,
that.
this is the only department where revenue matters, because we're funding programs with it, besides tax revenue. Earned revenue matters in this situation. So that's the number, and if the number makes sense, then I think, I personally think it all goes in the budget. We estimate earned revenue like any business would, and then that's how we
Right, and
budget.
I can tell you right now,
Yeah.
I'm working with Chris, there is revenue to cover the programs.
Then-
There's justification
Yeah.
all day long. The only imperfection, if you will, in the model, and Chris and I have talked about this too, is the expenses. And
Correct.
there really should be an indirect cost associated with being able to facilitate and run the programs and plan for them as a portion of Chris's salary, Jeff's salary. Again, this is we're
Yeah.
moving towards that. So when you see the spreadsheet in there that shows, revenues versus expenses, the expenses really should be a little bit higher, but nonetheless, there's still adequate revenue to support the program.
Perfect, that's the only question I would have about it, yeah.
All right, you good?
I'm
Yeah.
good.
All right, Joyce?
Through the chair,
Yes.
what would the director like to see? As far as how this is run, because we are all talking about, she knows how her actual programs in the department works, so she might have a good idea of how she'd like to see it be done versus how we're all talking about it could be done.
So great question, thank you. What we did over the past couple of years is, put it in the budget, having it break down so we can see where it is, and I'm fine with the expenses being in the budget. And if we don't have a revolving fund, as long as the numbers are accurate,
Yeah.
so that I don't have to come back or, if
Yeah.
I have to come back and get more money, it's not because something went wrong or some
Right.
program failed. It's because we're doing better things. We're having more programs where
Right,
we have more people we have to pay.
yeah,
So it's,
Which
if I
means
have
more
to-
income,
right,
yes,
so it's a good thing.
hopefully.
okay.
Right, yeah, and I just saw the revenue slide, and I don't know what's on the expense side, but if the total revenue brought in is. Like 300,000 last year, and your
That's wrong,
expenses,
that's wrong. You guys have wrong stuff.
Okay, all right.
Do we have any paperwork?
We will look
do,
forward
I
to the
do,
right
I
stuff.
figure
may I
it's-
make a suggestion? Let's schedule this when we have the right stuff. This happens every year. I come in, I take a vacation day, I come in, and every department, not just you, Chris, says, those are old. The chief didn't, but it really is frustrating to come in here with wrong information and try to make decisions based on wrong information. So let's only schedule this either the way we used to, which every night a different department comes in, or I take a day off work, come in to do it, and we have the final paperwork in front of us. Because it's really frustrating to hear, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong.
So in this process, in this budget process, I know a lot of this was preliminary, right?
Yes.
And that's where we're sitting right now.
Yeah.
And then
Initial request.
initial requests. So the idea is that we hear these initial requests and then everyone goes back and does it and we then end up reviewing it separately throughout our meetings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then,
Then we shouldn't talk about any numbers and just talk about what we'd like to see, because hearing that the 299 is not the right revenue number for 25 and the 310 isn't the right revenue for 26 is, I mean, how are you supposed to, how are you supposed to discuss this? I mean, we can sit here and not ask questions and just hear that I want to add the CIT, I want to do camp as this, I want to do that, and hear the police, the fire say I need more staff, but
I know.
it's just frustrating.
we also
I
have to
know.
start somewhere though,
I know,
right?
But you
Yeah,
don't
but-
start with somebody having the right information on her computer and us having the wrong information or the most current information on one computer and we don't have the most current. But anyway, that's my rant on it. but,
Apologies,
yeah.
I sent
It's not
in-
just you, Chris, please, trust me, yeah.
That's
I'm sorry,
okay.
Yeah.
we're kind of going and.
We kind of went into the
Circle here.
weeds, we did,
Yeah.
so I'll let you carry on, so.
I just got one other
Okay.
above level service request, and that would be to the supplies and expense line item, and increase it to $15,000. Unfortunately, you don't have the correct numbers, but, it's trending and it's a little bit above $100,000, so it's weighing on the $130,000 mark as expenses. It looks like it's been trending the past few years for that number. And we just thought it would be a fiscally responsible request to ask for 15% increase. So that would bring the line item up to $115,000. Still not at that $130, I mean, $130,000 mark, but, you know, just looking at the trend,
Yeah.
that would be.
Okay.
For coverage, yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm. Okay,
and that's it. Any other questions?
I know you're probably scared to ask, right?
No, I mean, I think overall it's there and I think we get the revenue numbers that
Yeah.
are right. We can have a conversation about whether we fund the budget. Because to address what Joyce has said, in 2020 whatever year, the request from the department was to put it into the budgets. So if things have changed, things change. I get that.
No, I mean, and I
yeah.
wasn't trying to say
Yeah.
that, like, I think I
Yeah.
like that they're a department, they should have a budget,
Yeah.
like, I like that. I just think the nature of how that department functions is kind of a different animal in that, you know, you've got stuff coming in and going out like
Right.
so
Yeah.
frequently that, you know, let's
Yep.
make life as easy as possible with this, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Like something smart, that's all. So, all right, I'm
Great,
sorry,
thank you.
I'm done.
you.
Thank you, Chris,
Okay.
you're good. All right, where are we?
Yeah.
10:30, we're a little late. All right, chief,
Okay.
you ready for this?
I'm sure.
Well, the last time you were here, I was accused of yelling at you, so I took it out on rec today.
You're an equal opportunity.
One year I made somebody cry and I was finance committee way back then. No,
Wasn't you?
I don't think it would be. Although I was handcuffed last year, I don't
Hi,
know.
Chris.
How are you?
What you looking
If
at?
anybody would like an autograph from Chris, he's giving out autographs
Yeah.
from his
Yes.
premiere on national.
Oh, I know, right? Good job there.
Of course, I had to bring it
My,
up.
my phone was exploding all night while I was trying to watch the game. Because, you know.
Oh, yeah.
You were the hero of the moment.
Yeah, you would have thought I was playing.
You would have.
Crazy.
He represents well.
There it is.
There we go.
Right,
Well, good morning. Good morning.
how we doing?
It's going great.
Great. Who's after you? Let's see.
Who's up?
Town clerk, animal control.
Those are fun.
Okay,
So. Another year at it.
yep,
If I can go through the PowerPoint and then I'll go to the, police expenses and budget and then dispatch expenses and budget.
Okay.
Work.
Yep. thank you.
Okay. So some of this stuff might look. Achievements from 2025 review those, budgeting for the upcoming fiscal year, staffing, scheduling, and training as required for the police department. Again, this year, I have to thank Sergeant Maxon, Sergeant Roy, Sergeant Gonzalez. They're starting to do some of the grant writing and are successful. We haven't paid for bulletproof vest grants, bulletproof vests in 10, 12 years. They've been fully funded. They have to all be replaced every 5 years. They expire. But this past year, again, we had our evidence room certified by an outside third-party agency. We have that done annually, and both Sergeant Gonzalez and Sergeant Sherns, they got 100 on the evaluation. So that would be for the 10th year now in a row that we've done that. That's very important.
I hope they're all right.
Should we check? Let's check. Let's check.
Well, we have the police here. Why do we have? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Is anyone down the stairs?
Well, if they're not on the stairs, right?
It's fine.
Okay. You okay? All right, all right.
Okay. Identify screens.
All right then. Thank you. Sorry.
So the bulletproof vest, big deal, evidence room, even bigger deal. Dispatch training grant, we received a little over $6,000 again last year to train our dispatchers. That covers the annual training that they're required to attend, both online and in person. Technology and equipment grant, $34,000 and change. As you probably know by now, when we ask or when we purchase cruisers, we're buying the car.
Mhm.
Everything else.
Yeah.
We outfit it, so that drastically reduces the price of the vehicle. Traffic enforcement grant, we were just awarded that for the upcoming year as well. Just over $20,000. Those are broken out quarterly, different targets of enforcement, whether it's distracted driving, drunk driving, pedestrian bike safety, and we saturate different areas of town during the day or late at night, depending on what the initiative is. School signage grant, we received $7,000 to improve safety around the campus of the school. We took care of the back area of the Clyde Brown. They reworked that a little bit. This year, we're gonna rework over by the Little League field, all the way down to the high school. Best of Dog, they help supplement our K9 unit and the med project. We don't pay to have the drugs destroyed where people drop them off in our lobby. So that came out to roughly $94,000 in grants this past year. Overall, since 2017, we've generated roughly $831,000 in grant money to secure a lot of equipment, which usually is capital requests in many communities. And we've been able to replace a lot of equipment, big money equipment, such as portable radios, probably 7 or 8 years ago. And that was well over $100,000. So it's adding up.
That's fantastic.
Yes,
Thank you.
I like starting with the grant slide.
I do too.
Yeah.
Try. Generated revenue, so. We don't have a lot of categories, but. What's important to note is the increase in revenues from last year to the previous year to last year. Typically, I don't put that number in there, but we went from $35,000 up to 50 to come back into the general fund, and the two areas that really pushed that number was the detail administrative fee. So any private, not town details, but any private contractor, they're assessed a fee, an admin fee per hour
Mhm.
when they're billed.
Is that on top of the fee the officer gets?
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I thought,
What
yeah.
is it?
I believe it's 3%.
Wow,
Wow, fantastic.
that too.
Yeah.
That's been in place for years,
Yeah.
but again, that's not for any town job. It would be Eversource, Verizon, stuff like that. And the license,
Or a private company,
correct,
or another town.
correct, but Millis.
But not in town,
Right.
correct, right?
License to carry went up substantially. We had an increase of people looking for the LTCs and stuff like that, so.
Great.
No,
Great.
Fantastic.
But we had a pretty robust increase. Any questions on that generated revenue?
I'm wondering if the license to carry going up has your response requests going up.
I have, well, you see on this year. Here's the organizational chart as it currently sits. We have 6 sergeants, one being administrative sergeant that handles all professional standards, scheduling, professional development, accreditation, audits. MPI management is, we run trainings out of the Millis training room at our PD with MPI, who is the training company for basically Massachusetts. They're private as opposed to going to the state or MPTC. That being said, the benefit of hosting their classes at the police department, we get 3 free seats to every class, and a seat in their classes range between $600 and $800, depending on what the topic is.
Wow,
So that adds up, and our office have benefited from that greatly. Any questions about the org chart? It's just pretty much the same.
no.
Overtime, the overtime line item, every year, the question comes up about, well, what comes out of overtime exactly? It's vacation time, it's personal days, it's comp time, which officers are allowed to accrue in lieu of taking overtime money. Sick time, court, investigations, specialized training, OJI. Now, once it kicks into OJI, we have another account, but
What is that? Oh,
on the job injury, so we got
Okay.
injured on duty. But I bring this up because every year I just like to throw it out there, you know. On paper, on the budget, like it looks good for the number that's budgeted for overtime, but truth be told, I've been here 10 years, and I'll just speak for the police, but I'm sure it's the same across all of them. You can't budget
Right,
for what the number really should
you can
be.
do the best you can, but
Right,
yeah,
because like if you were to ask me, how many people are you out usually a year? And the average has been 2 since 2016. Somebody in public safety is always out. We are never fully staffed, and that's just the nature of the beast. So occasionally when I get questioned that like, well, you went over overtime by X amount of money. You're absolutely right. Like we went over, some officer so-and-so or officer A has been out for X amount of time, had no idea that they were gonna be out or something happened to them. You can't plan for that.
right,
And then the other question that comes up is, response to calls for service. Whether they're big, like we'll just say a big call for service, right? Like myself and Chief Barrett. Like, I'm not looking at the budget when we're on scene somewhere.
right,
and
Right.
Making a decision on how many people or how many resources we're bringing in because.
you have to
families
respond to the
have
incident,
somebody
Yeah.
that like they need help and they're expecting us to resolve it successfully.
So if we hit the full send on the department and everything else, like that's 1,000% what we're gonna do. And explain it later, but those are the kind of variables, because we've had a few of those this year. Both us and the fire department together, where we've called in the departments for whether it's fire related or larger scale calls. Any questions about the overtime?
Nope.
Mandated training and overtime. This is governed by post now, Police Reform Act, and they are on it. So if you do not
They're
complete
governed by what?
post,
What's that?
they supervise police certification for the state of Massachusetts.
Okay.
So if you fail to complete your annual training, you're decertified, like you cannot work as a police officer. And we have various, I know several people from the finance committee came down, well, which I really appreciated because they really didn't know what we did down there, but I appreciated them taking their time to come down because all this training, this isn't like nice to have training or we kind of should do this training. This is the training that is required, that is gonna keep us, the department and the town insulated from a federal lawsuit, right? So we have various levels of less lethal tools to take somebody into custody and control them if we have to. Those take certifications. Basic in-service training, which is 40 hours a week annually. That's covers criminal, common law, any other, and whatever the state deems as your the required classes that you have to take. Firearms training, and again, any specialized training, which would be, for example, for our crime scene unit, there's various specialized classes that they have to go to learn how to like maintain how to process a crime scene, etc. Questions on that?
No.
Current staffing is one of me. A
Yes.
part-time,
I second that. It is truly only
New
one.
one.
part-time administrative assistant Tracy, who does a phenomenal job. Tracy Levitt handles all the billing and rules for the PD. We have 6 sergeants, 12 patrol officers, 4 full-time dispatchers, and currently 3 part-time. And I believe we added 2. So we'll be up to 5. And the part-time dispatchers, I know when I come into, won't make appointments or whatever. Part-time does not cost you folks anything. Other than the drug screen and the physical. All their training is paid for through that 911 grant, and they play a huge role within the PD because there's only 4 full-time dispatchers. So they need time off too. So it's important that we get them their time off and we have a stable of part-time people to come in and work when we put multiple dispatchers on the desk, whether it be weather related or some other critical incident. Specialized positions, we have a K-9 officer, we have 3 licensed to carry officers now. That is very busy. Like I said, we have people coming in days and eves. We have a court officer who handles all the prosecution management of the cases that we have. We have an assistant court officer that steps in when he's on vacation. We have a motor officer, 1 officer assigned to SWAT. And just to make it clear from people watching this, all these folks work shift. Like this is just additional functions of their job. So they're not solely assigned to these. We have 1 crisis negotiator, 5 crime scene technicians, 4 sexual assault investigators, 1 school resource officer who's also the juvenile detective. The last year, we've been fortunate, 2 years. We have Shelley Magadello, who's the SRO in the school. She came to us from a neighborhood community, 20 years on the job, left that job to come here. And with her detective background, that's what she did previous to coming here. It's streamlined the issues that we've had at the school, so it's one-stop shopping with the school. School admin goes to the SRO/juvenile detective, and she reports back to the detective sergeant, but it's very streamlined the way it is now. We have 3 firearms instructors. Those instructors certify the officers on the PD. We have 4 field training officers. Those are the officers if we were to hire a new recruit to train them on the road. We haven't hired a new recruit in years. We've been fortunate to take folks in from other towns. We have a dispatcher assigned to any IT issues with the police and fire equipment that we have in the building, 2 drone pilots, and again, total of 2 detectives.
So what you're saying, all those, what you just had on that slide, they're all police officers.
Yes, we're
These are additional certifications that they all carry
correct,
and do.
right. So,
That's impressive.
That is impressive. So are they required? It's all these things?
no, but like,
I mean, they're good, but are they,
so here's the benefit to say, well, we have a K-9 officer. He was deployed, I think 12 or 15 times last year alone, so he works the road. He works 2 evenings, 2 days, readily available for primarily search and rescue or suspect apprehension. That's a tool.
so what would you do if we didn't have one?
Mutual aid, we put a
Okay.
page out, but you roll the dice on whether or not you actually get that resource in a timely fashion.
Yep.
And if you do, how you have no idea where the dog could be coming from. It could be coming from the South Shore, Weymouth, and that's a substantial amount of time on
Right.
having
Right.
it here. It's always nice to have folks with tactical experience there
Right.
because we deal with mental health a lot. So if it transitioned to a barricade or anything like that, they all know how to set up the perimeter, conduct evacuations, and then we have an individual that's pretty savvy when it comes to talking
Yeah,
with people.
yeah.
That'd be the crisis negotiator. So it's this further, well, one, it makes us much better police department in terms of service and solvability and the ability to bring a peaceful resolution to a hostile situation, whatever that may be. And it keeps the officers engaged and involved in the police department, so. That's what we've built up over the last few years.
Chief, what's the motor officer? Is that motorcycle or fleet
Yes.
management or motorcycle? Okay.
Yeah.
Curious.
All right, here we go. A budget request.
Here we go.
Here we go. So, I'm not gonna read off this because I know this by heart now. So the supplement, every year we've been asking.
We know it by heart. too.
Yeah.
So you want me to just kind of rip through this a little bit? So I did, the last several years, I've been asking for 3, right? Because the median has been 21. So over the last 7 or so years, the median is now 22. That being said, I'm a reasonable guy. And what I'm looking for is at least 2. We'd still be below 2, the median, right? That being said, the call volume continues to go up. And, Chief Barrett and myself were here with the meetings with Toll Brothers before they even put a shovel in the ground and figured out how many units there were and what they were spec'd out to hold per household, came up with a number. Same with Anthology. And we were wrong in our estimation. We should have, projected higher than we did because we're busy. 1,000% are busy. And like the fire chief said, like we do really do what we can with less, but we're getting to the point where that might not be practical. You know what I mean? We're still gonna obviously do our job, but Here's the comparable departments. How did I come up with these? These are the same comparable departments that are utilized in contract negotiations for the other communities. And as you can see,
Bellingham is 35. That's a
Yeah.
lot.
yeah, I mean, they're spread out. But the average is 22.
Mhm.
So again, what's driving the need? I use these, similar. Similar slides last year, Anthology, the assisted living up October Road, we had 162 calls for service and roughly 111 hours up there. For various calls. Toll Brothers. 131 calls, 66 hours. Stony Brook continues to be a busy place for us.
Mhm.
And I believe are they still looking to build?
No idea.
Old right now, potentially, but who knows?
But there
Probably.
were talks of putting another 160 units out in the back somewhere. So we're up there quite a bit. And then obviously there's the projects in the pipeline. If they ever build that Herman Shoe site, 1060 Main Street, looks like it's getting close to the end.
Very close.
And Tractor Supply. Across from Tractor Supply.
When you talk about across from Tractor Supply, which one are you talking about?
I believe Mr. Roach is putting in.
Oh, his piece?
Yeah,
Okay,
then there's the other one that kind of fell through,
Yeah,
but
that
we don't
one's
know
gone.
that somebody else could pick it up.
right, okay, I just didn't know.
And the last plans for 114 Union Street were 98 units. 1060, 24, that's top of the hill on Main Street.
It's coming.
In Emerson Place, that's almost fully built out. So. I get it, money's tight. So the reason why I'm asking for two. I'm asking for two because I'm also asking for a full-time lieutenant. And I understand that funding 3 full-time positions with all the benefits cost money.
Mhm.
But what's important now, right now, is police. And elevate one of the current sergeants from sergeant to lieutenant as a de facto number 2. That's how every police department's run, actually. We're the only one that goes from sergeant to chief. The increased administrative roles, responsibilities, supervision. That's a lot for one person. And not only that, like, it also builds in a succession plan for the police department.
Mhm.
So that somebody is not surprised by how this works. In full disclosure, when I got this position, I was working patrol on the street. And then I transitioned into this, but there was really nothing set up. And that's how it should be done.
So you've done amazing for that, right?
Well,
Which is fantastic.
it's not me, it's 1,000% the people I work with. But
So we backfill the sergeant position after that point? So
Yes.
it would be 3 additional people hires, where just
No,
2
two.
additional people.
two,
Elevated one.
So we'll elevate one and elevate a
and
couple,
then
yeah,
salary adjustment
yeah.
to the third, but just so you, and I think this was in your packet, same comparable departments.
Yeah.
That we have. Bellingham has 3 lieutenants, Holliston has 2, Medway, 3, Rentham, 2, Grafton, 2, West Bridgewater, 1, Norfolk, 1, Littleton, which is 1, we're 0, Upton has 1, and they're a 14-person department.
I'm just curious on the populations of these towns. I have like no clue.
And they're comparable, right? That's
No,
why,
no.
no? I mean,
We're not
Norfolk's gonna be
comparable
less
to
than us, right?
Bellingham or
Yeah,
even
They're
Medway.
comparable for a whole bunch of different reasons. It
I know,
doesn't
but-
necessarily mean population,
Right.
right?
I get it, but I'm just curious, that's all.
but don't we have to, so. So the request is 2 officers and to elevate 1, right? However. Don't we also have to? Pay for the SRO?
Right,
now?
well, that was my question I was getting to. In the budget that's submitted, is the SRO listed in that budget or not? So that's an additional 100-something thousand that we
What's
need to.
SRO?
School
School
resource.
resource officer.
And the training for, that was paid for out of the HCA is not included in the budget yet. So we need about 157,000 ballpark just to stay even. Yeah.
Before we
Before we
add
add any positions.
2 police officers.
And going back to the same thing with the rec, which was 15,000, I think these positions are non-negotiable. I think these get added. That's not, in my mind, above level service. That's, yes, continuing level service.
And I think
So we have 157,000 here, 15,000 in rec, just to stay at what we're providing today. That I
Right.
think has to happen. And then we have to discuss how much money is available and what can we put in on top of that. What's the lieutenant jump, promoting somebody, what's that cost gonna be?
It's roughly 20% on top of the top step sergeant, so be between 25 and 30.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a ballpark as I run these totals.
So the 30,000 would be to elevate a patrol person to lieutenant.
Sergeant.
Okay,
Sergeant.
the sergeant. And then in addition to that 30, you're looking for 2 patrol people.
2 patrol people and then elevation of a sergeant to a lieutenant.
So we're talking about 230 for all that, or in that
What's a
range?
patrol person?
So
How much?
it would be 290.
290 for the whole
That's all-
package?
But that's all in with
2
benefit.
officers and.
Yeah.
Plus
That's what I
the
was trying
jump,
to- yeah.
plus the bump. 290. Okay,
But that's not, again, that's 290.
I know, on top of the resource
I
officer.
think we need
now
to
have
discuss
to-
the school resource officer somewhat separately, because
Yes.
there are a few items in the marijuana impact fees that, such as the social worker and the school resource officer,
That are coming
that may
on.
not, that may not be primarily just municipal. I mean, I think that's a broader discussion the board should have, whether that should be something that's,
Oh,
it all costs money. It all costs general fund money,
I
but the
see.
question is that a municipal expense, school expense, or should that be exempt? And in part of a broader discussion about, is that funding we look for that's not within, say, our 4% cap? And that's a policy discussion the board's gonna have.
Yeah, my thought those were, I wouldn't have the school pay any of it because this is a police officer, not a school officer. But when you talk about raising budgets, I agree, it's probably outside any of the capping numbers that money is.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend the school pay for it. It was
Right.
more, should this be not included as part of
Right.
cap?
So as we're divvying out money, we take everybody where they are today. We add the school resource officer, we add the marijuana training, we may add the 15,000 for the rec. And that's the new base for the town, and then we go up 4% on top of that and see what we get, or more or less. And then we have to start discussing prioritization, whether, 290 for police and 90 for fire. I rounded if it's here.
Yeah.
So, is that affordable within the extra funds that are available, if extra funds are available? Yeah. I know where we need to be, it's just, how do we get there? Yeah, and I don't disagree with where we need to be either, it's just been a constant question of where does the money come from, and and there's only, not everything can go up. If these go up, and I don't disagree, they need to. Does something else stay level, not drop, but does some other department not increase beyond? Well,
Contractual.
well, even contractual is gonna put them up 5%, so that's problematic, 4 or 5%,
Mhm.
So anyway, we got a lot to look at.
That's an us problem.
Well,
which then will become your problem.
Yeah.
So I guess just
I look forward to the vehicle replacement though.
just to trail on.
Yeah.
On what you guys were saying, because I believe somebody brought it up earlier. So 2 years ago, where it says 22 on there, that was 21. Like, like, West Bridgewater, all those 22s were 21s.
Yeah.
Then now 22. So just, cause I always like to think way ahead, but like my concern is where we're currently at 18.
I see, we're never gonna get.
The gap,
We're
the
never
gap is,
getting
it's just
bigger.
starting to get bigger.
Yep.
And like, I totally appreciate and understand the financial constraints, but like, it's gonna get to the point where like, oh, we're way behind, and how are we gonna catch up there? That's my concern.
Right.
Yep. It's a good concern.
Thank you. Replacement of car 47. So 47 is my cruiser, and it would be replacing a 2013 Ford Taurus, which was the chief's car to the chief, maybe 1.5 before me. And that's on its last leg. And what I would like to do is replace the Ford Taurus with my cruiser, get a new cruiser, and now the lieutenant has a fully outfitted command vehicle to when we're responding to like a critical incident, and they're able to operate out of it. It's all set up. And again, the capital request for the new vehicle, that's the car.
Mhm.
We'll handle the outfitting. We've done a really good job at the, it took a couple minutes, and I know you can't see any of that, but that is our capital replacement plan for the PD. Like, this is what we generated. And when back in 2016, we had 5 or 6 cars that needed to be replaced the first year I was here. That was a substantial amount of money, but working with the replacement plan, anything green is the year it was put into service, and we get 5 years out of roughly 5 years out of a vehicle, sometimes a couple of years more, or if we have to replace one sooner than later, we do that. But we have it pretty much spaced out, so it's average of 2 cars a year that need to be replaced, which is a lot easier for the town to absorb than asking for 5. Then the middle part of that form is, and I'll email you this form in PDF so people can actually see it. The middle part of the form is all of our equipment, and that totaled some $275,000. That was all grant funded equipment. So the whole middle part of that Excel spreadsheet is awesome. And then the lower part, we're in really great shape in terms of defibs, off, our computers, our fingerprint scanners, all that equipment has been updated and replaced a 1.5, 2 years ago. So you're not looking at touching those probably till like 2030-ish. So we're in great shape, other than the typical car replacement. It's the nature of the beast. We're police officers and we need cars to get around. Questions?
Oh, yes, I'll be right back. I have to step out for a second.
I don't have any questions. Yeah,
Oh, your presentation was so awesome.
that we're not have any questions.
Except I do.
Boy,
One in every crowd.
Made it.
Heidi Gilmore, I still live at 13 Evergreen Terrace.
Awesome.
Outstanding job, and my comments that I need for fire apply to police too. You guys are doing a phenomenal job. I'm curious to know, your grants were really impressive. With everything going on in Washington and the attitude towards blue states, have you seen any change in grant money drying up? Is it harder to get them? Are there fewer of them?
No, we've got all the same grants that we received last year. And we don't anticipate those drying up. State 911. We've received that the last 10 years, which is huge. That's a huge offset to the dispatch grant budget, as well as an offset to our cruiser equipment. For example, in our police cruisers, we have MDTs, mobile data terminals, those are roughly $7,000 a piece. So that is a classic example of like what that grant purchases, because if I came in and asked for $80,000 to replace it, I know what the answer would be, like, probably not today, or we'll buy you one. But again, we've set those replacements up, so we replace 3 to 4 every 4 or 5 years, and all of that is absorbed. Same with the bulletproof vest grant, but that is not going away.
Are they state grants or are they backed by the federal? Do you even know?
Both,
Both.
both.
Even the ones that are backed federally we're getting.
The vest grants, state and federal,
Okay.
because they do a match. So like the state pays for half of the
Okay.
vest and the federal pays for the other.
That's good.
Any other questions? No, you good, Craig?
I'm good.
Do you have any questions about the budget? Do you wanna go through that at all? It's like the actual budget, it's all pretty much the same.
It's the numbers, yeah. You just put everything in
Yeah.
words. Yeah, that was fine.
Yeah, that's fine. All
You
right.
got nowhere to go? Yeah.
I'm a little disappointed. I didn't make it an hour and a half today.
Don't worry, there'll be more meetings. You'll be able to tag that on too.
5 minutes. You want it?
I'm gonna call like a 3-minute recess. I'll be back.
If you wanted to.
Trying to get
I
out on
do
the
want
capital
that.
side.
I'm gonna stretch my legs too if we have 5 minutes.
Yep.
Oh, good job, my man.
Thank you.
I got something. to
Thank you
tell
so much.
later.
Oh, brother.
No, it's good news.
This is.
Well,
we never know. It's just.
So, and my thought is that's gonna happen.
Right.
Thanks to Jim Donovan for helping me with my,
Alright,
well, I have a quick little presentation, nothing like, geez.
Okay, you guys ready?
You want me to wait for Jody or am I good? Are we good?
You're good, go.
Okay,
Go.
so basically, if we can. The town clerk's office, just what happened, everyone knows,
Yeah.
we had, some issues with, just how we were gonna staff last year. So, in May of 2025, I was elected town clerk, and then June 30th, I was appointed. Sue Barra was appointed assistant town clerk also the end of June, June 30th. So now the town clerk's office has a 40-hour week position, department head, and town clerk at 30 hours. And then this is our election turnout, which makes me very sad personally. Our local election last year was 9%, so we had 601 of our 7,332 registered voters show up. The middle school, high school renovation, we only had 2,146. Less than 30% for a $125 million project. That's sad. So part of what I'll do is try to figure out how we can increase civic involvement, anything I can do. I go to town clerk meetings, try to get more people to come out and vote. Town meeting, the spring was 204. The middle school, high school was 683. That's impressive, that the 683. Not sure why so many people turned up to town meeting and they didn't vote. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know why. So.
I know why.
You know why?
Well, I would take
Okay.
a stab at it.
Okay.
I think there were 5 people that voted no at town meeting. I
Okay.
believe that
Yep.
people believed that it was a done deal.
And
That
that
would
could-
just be my,
Right, but I would hope that people would vote no matter what.
I know,
You know,
you
whatever
do.
way you wanna vote is fine with, with
I
the
agree.
office, just come out and vote. So for 2026, we have, 5, we have 2 town meetings and 3 elections. So we have our spring annual town meeting, we have our local election, we have the state primary, we have the fall town meeting, and then the general state election. So we have a busy year, for our office. Again, I just talked about ways to encourage people to vote. I don't care how you vote. I just want you to come out and your vote matters. I mean, $125 million, that's a lot of money. So I would have liked to have seen more than 29% come out. But we'll work on adding more signs, more social media, sample ballots and things to the senior center. Maybe work with Madeline with the cable to try to get any type of dialogue going. So we'll work on that.
I don't think that Millis, I'm not just saying this to make anybody feel better, but I don't think Millis is an anomaly.
No, we don't, but we usually have less than 10% on local.
No, but I think that all the
Yeah.
towns.
Yeah.
I don't know what's, since COVID, people don't
It's
go out.
true, but well, that's my next slide. My next slide is demand for mail-in ballots. In June of 2022, after COVID, Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 54, Section 25B, mandates us to send a mail-in ballot to anyone who wants it. So this year we have the primary and the general. So in July, the state is sending out postcards to all 7,362 registered voters. If they check off all elections, if they check off whatever, we by law have to send them a mail-in ballot. So that increases a lot of what we do. That's been a huge tax on our department. And then we've seen these slides before, but before you used to check in, mark your ballot and deposit it in the mailbox. It was very simple. Now, the whole voting process takes a month. Because the postcards will go out in July. Our first election is September 1st. So people will, as soon as we get the ballots from the state, we have to start sending them out. So, and more people like anybody else now, everyone, shops online, does everything online. No, less people come to the election. So that adds a lot to us, but there are early election grants that we do apply for to help offset this cost because it has increased so much. The biggest changes from FY 26 to FY 27, the most significant increase is the election worker wages because we have a primary and a general election. So that's where we have, and they both require, September requires 1 week of early voting, November requires 2-week mandatory early voting. We do apply for any type of grants. We can get up to 10 to 35,000 per election. The other increase is a limited increase, but it's contractual, based on our agreements. LHS are our poll pads and election system software are our ballot machines. A little bit increase in postage, a little bit in printing. We will continue to go to mentoring classes to learn all the new updates for the laws. We've had, there's been a lot of changes, in Massachusetts lately with the vital system, with the voter information system. So we will attend, all kinds of training classes that we do. The new software training is, we had a new Maverick system, which is death certificates and burial permits. So now that we can go in and edit anything, and like Chief Sophia said, with the meadows at Charles River, we have sadly, a lot more deaths happening in the town of Millis with that facility. And that we are required to register, we are required to do the burial permit, so that adds more. We've also had a new portal for our early voting reimbursement. We've had training on that. And the new voter registration system finally rolled out. It's been about 10 years. It rolled out 3 weeks ago, but they pulled it back because there were so many problems. But we have mandatory training three days a week for the next foreseeable future. So that just adds more exciting things to our office. And just the last thing is just we're required to we're the keeper of all records. And our office is very interesting because zoning is by the person who built the project, and planning is by address, and town clerk is by who knows. So Sue and I would like to have, everything organized one way, like everything by street. But some of them are under, if you don't know what the subdivision was called in 1970, you can't find that file because it's not listed under Timberline, it's listed under the owner's name. And I don't remember the owner who built it in 1970. So,
We have the same issue in our office.
yeah, it's daunting, isn't it? It's daunting.
There's so
It
many
is.
things you don't know what
It
to
is.
call it.
It is. So that's basically it. Like I said, we have just increases in staffing that will be offset by any grant that I get, but again, I don't know how much I'll get, so I put the full amount in. And then just contractual. That's about it. It's quite a simple budget. No above line level service, no capital items, no nothing. Any questions?
No?
No, the only question I had was the increase in election. You covered that well.
Yes, and
Thought I
we
knew the
can, like I
answer.
said, we can, if we know, but we don't, we do reimburse. I do every grant that comes through our office.
Thank you for that.
Yes, but again, you don't know, so I put it in at what I think it is.
Yeah.
It's about, sadly 20, anywhere from 15 to 20 in election. Mail-in ballots do take a lot more time and effort. But hopefully we will get reimbursed. There's a reimbursement for the December 8th election. We haven't got it back yet. And I do all reimbursements that come across, all grants that come across my desk.
You personally apply for them?
Well, the state says these are grants anybody wants to grab,
Right.
and I grab them all.
And you fill them out?
Oh, yeah. Oh, they're daunting. Sure, yeah.
You don't have to tell me that.
Yeah,
I looked
yeah,
at one
yeah,
at the train
yeah.
station.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
daunting, but it's
There's no-
worth it, right? I
There's
mean,
no way.
they're a lot of work, they're a lot of effort, but it's free money. So.
Yeah.
I know, but oh my
A lot of
God.
towns have a grant writer.
Yeah, I know they do.
Yeah.
We're
A
very
lot of
fortunate.
towns
takes
have
so
a
much
lot
time.
more things.
That's what I'm saying, but because it takes so much time, it could be a full-time
Yeah,
job.
It's
It's
so
just, it is what it is.
That you
Yeah.
guys do
Yeah.
your own.
Yeah.
Jim
Yeah.
McKay does his
Yeah.
own. It's
Yeah.
just crazy
Yeah.
to me.
But you don't wanna let that money go.
No, I know, you do your own.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you
Yeah.
just don't wanna let that money go. It's
I know, but
important for, small little departments like ours not to grab it.
And just giving a shout out to Kathy, who has taken on the task of town
Everything.
clerk officially, not that she wasn't sort of. in the
I know.
role prior to that, but she is finally officially in the role, and it has been seamless from what I can tell. She's always here, she's doing.
Always.
We didn't have any doubts, Kathy.
It's not been great,
No,
no, but she's been great, so I just wanna give her a little shout out.
Thank
I
you.
Don't always get recognized.
Thank you,
Much
Kathy.
appreciated.
It has
Thank
been
you.
outstanding.
Are you guys good with Kathy?
Full budget.
yes, we're good because as soon as she leaves, don't we leave? or
No.
No, no.
Yeah. Oh, it's not time for lunch yet? No bummer. You got.
Thank you, Kathy.
You got animal control,
Thank you, Jim.
which doesn't have a change on it, like see year to year.
Thank you. Thank you.
So do I, but I want to,
Stone's County.
and then HR.
Right. Animal control is next.
My favorite department.
Here she is, right in time, I know, we're doing well.
Always punctual. No microphone here?
Welcome, Miss
No
Karen.
microphone.
Nope.
No, you're not on cable, you're you're being live streamed on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Here, bingo. So.
Yeah,
Um,
no hair and makeup today, yeah.
this year's proposed budget reflects a stable operating plan with no capital requests and no major increases. The only anticipated changes are minor and operational in nature. Modest increase in fuel costs due to having 2 vehicles in service that will require regular fueling. And a slight increase in vehicle maintenance to account for routine upkeep and ensure reliability and safety. All other line items are consistent with prior years and the department continues to operate within existing resources while maintaining the same level of service to the community. And with that, I will answer any questions that you may have.
You're probably the shortest one.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you for your time.
And Medway is
Yeah,
still
look
paying
at
their
the numbers.
first bill.
Why would we have questions?
Yeah.
No, that.
What is the status of your new vehicle that we?
Now we're just-
So they just,
Last spring.
yes, they just transferred the radio last week.
All right, getting there.
It's due to get painted, so hopefully within a week, 2 weeks.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
Good,
so.
good. Yeah, Erin does fantastic work and I even had her come in to talk to my Girl Scout troop.
Oh, yeah?
Really well.
She
Yeah,
bring any animals with them?
she didn't. No,
I didn't.
I don't think the library would like that.
Our Girl Scout troop was like the most well-behaved.
Oh, thank you. We did threaten them. No,
Yeah.
just kidding. Yeah, good, good.
Good.
Yes. So thank you, Erin. Yeah, I don't think we have any specific
No.
questions.
Nope.
So
Thank you.
Excellent.
thank you for stopping by.
Hey, no problem. Have a good one, guys.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
And now HR.
Great job.
Just because we are running early, don't feel you need to stretch to fill the time.
We can do that all on our own.
In your, Julie, as a chat, look at you, hold on. The same, it's the, you can log in to Zoom, remind, right? It's a standing meeting. Hold on, I sent it to Julie, but I don't send it to you, so I sent it to the department heads, hold on.
Yeah,
Well,
before
that's
they,
after lunch.
before they officially begin, I just want to say, I don't think we
Right,
can
stuff.
overstate how helpful and vital this new department has been. We've, since Julie came on board and we fully started this, we did have a wide number of human resource issues, a little more than normal that came up over the past year or so, and they've been handled well and professionally, and the time needed devoted to them has been spent on them, which before we were simply spread too thin to appropriately address all of them. And I know on top of all that, they're working on all their long-term goals as far as, you know, the policies, procedures, regulations, processes, benefits, different ways to improve things. So, you know, they've taken things from a crisis mode to a proper management mode, which has been very exciting for us. So.
Excellent.
I would happily overstate the benefit of having an HR department, I cannot tell you.
I
The
know.
difference it has made in being able to actually get to other pieces of work.
We knew.
Oh, it's been life changing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you find it?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Oh, so this year there will be very minimal budget changes. We're not requesting any capital planning or any overages. Brief accomplishments that we've done this year. We started looking at the employee handbook, rewriting it to update a bunch of policies and for accuracy across the town and the school. We've began to look into alternative health insurance options to save the town money. We'll be mentioning one of them today called the opt-out program. We have started a review of town and school-wide job descriptions for clarity. And we did complete a Corey audit of all employees for up-to-date status. Everyone should be 3 years in current. Looking at our goals for this year, we're looking to lower health insurance cost alternatives to the GIC. An example, we are researching an ICHRA alternative. We're also continuing to look for an HR generalist for the schools.
And we are currently narrowing down quality candidates. And one of the final things, we're looking to digitize the process for entering historical records to the cloud and also to digitize the onboarding process for any new hires. Moving on to Form 2, the HR budget salary.
One second, Victoria, do you think you're sharing your screen? Maybe not.
No.
Okay.
No, this is only for the opt-out.
Okay, okay.
We have the only salary change for this year is that Victoria's salary, the HR generalist for the town, is moving off of the town administrator's line and onto the HR budget. Last year, there was the addition of the HR generalist for the school, so that remains on there as well. And then for Form 3, there is only one change. The usual cost is there for supplies, training and dues. Those are standard items. We are taking over the physical exams, are moving from the town administrator line to the HR line, because we will now be documenting all medical exams for employees moving forward, DPW, new hires, things like that. So that's the only change to that. And in final, we would like to talk to you about an opt-out option for the health insurance to lower costs. We have a brief presentation. So we did a lot of research. We looked at many surrounding towns in Massachusetts that have chosen to opt out. As we know, health insurance is one of the town's largest and fastest growing expenses, and annual premium increases continue to outpace revenue growth. These costs affect operating budgets, staffing levels, and collective bargaining. The goal is to manage costs while maintaining competitive benefits. Today, we are presenting a voluntary, controlled cost management tool, a health insurance opt-out plan, and along with other long-term alternatives under review. An opt-out program allows eligible employees with other credible coverage to decline the town of Millis health insurance in exchange for a taxable stipend. This is common practice among Massachusetts municipalities. We have surveyed employees to understand a potential participation. We did an anonymous survey. And these results show strong interest. And it also shows that we have employees that have access to alternative coverage and a preference for a flat annual incentive.
So we did only get 39 responses.
Out of how many?
About 400 active employees.
Yeah.
400.
Yes.
We got 39.
Makes that election turnout look really good.
Hey, that's about right, 10%, right?
29%.
Just a brief.
We're afraid if you use too much pressure of getting the survey that it would
I'm
tilt you.
sure that it was,
Yeah.
that it was representative.
Yeah, I mean, but from the responses that we did get, that's having 34 people respond that they are interested in it is a pretty good.
That's a lot, when you
Yeah.
figure out the math of what that could save the town.
Yes. So, yeah, no more responses, but
So these are some of the towns that have done it. And we're on a listserv that we have been talking to other towns about, and it seems to be almost common practice at this point, or at least going into the next 2 to 5 years, it absolutely will be.
yeah, if a town isn't reaching out about what information that they need to get it started, they're asking, what are your incentives? Every other town is talking about doing something like this. I think we're all facing the same issues when it comes to health insurance. They're looking for anything to help, just like we are.
So the proposed Millis program includes strong safeguards, a 24-month enrollment requirement, no opt-out at the time of hire, annual recertification, and automatic re-enrollment if documentation is not provided.
So these are just features of, we have the whole policy.
Okay.
We started looking over it the other day, with Mike and Jody. Open to any suggestions. Mike suggested changing the structure to be paid out in 2 equal installments and have the requirement of having 6 consecutive months off the insurance to actually receive the first payment. This will help with potential flip flopping on and off the insurance, which will just create more work for us. So these are hard numbers, Craig. I know you like actual numbers. So this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Even here earlier.
So these,
She was watching.
this is from Harvard Pilgrim Explorer Plan. This is our most popular plan by far. Individuals really can't opt out unless they can opt into their parents' insurance or can go on the open market. So we're really looking at family plans. I put the individual numbers in there just for show. I mean, this is kind of self-explanatory, but yes. So do you have any questions about these?
No.
Okay.
So basically, we're saying even a small number of opt-outs could save the town tens of thousands.
But right now, the under 26 can opt out and go on their parents' plan if they
Yes,
choose,
right.
with no incentive. We're
Yes.
talking about really the person with the spouse's plan.
Yes,
Yeah.
and the family plans are the money.
Oh, yeah,
They
exactly.
cost no money. So the individuals are not super concerned about, but this, if we can get 3 people to opt out, that's almost 50 grand right there.
Right, exactly.
And this is just for this plan. We have the 1, 2, 3,
Yeah,
6
because
plans, so.
My bet is that most of your individuals who are on, if you have that many maybe in the school, under a certain age, are on their parents' plan. So you
Yes.
really, you talk about it, but I doubt you'll get much more opting out.
Absolutely.
But it's the families where the money's gonna hit you.
And that's who we spoke to,
Yeah.
really. There was a lot of employees that said, I have a spouse with great insurance. I
Yeah.
could be interested in this, so.
And there may be situations where you have a married couple and.
Right.
One of them's plan, other than town, might be a couple $1,000s more expensive.
Yeah.
By taking the stipend, then it makes it cheaper for them.
Right.
And it shifts the burden from the town to another employer.
Yeah.
Right.
Which helps us.
It's a great concept. I like the idea of it a lot.
So, basically,
Take the 3 family
the
plans.
follow-up to this is we're going to, before, they meet with the Insurance Advisory Committee and the Public Employee Committee, they wanted to make sure this was something the select board was, supportive of. This is just a starting point for discussions. It's not we're not asking you to approve this
Right.
document today. We're just asking to approve in concept, to go into discussions with the IAC and the PEC committee. And, once we get, some feedback from them, to come up with a final document, hopefully in the next month or two. I think the goal would be to try to institute this for July.
That's it.
So the open enrollment this
Open
spring.
enrollment period.
So it would hopefully inspire a few people to look at this, do the math and see if it's best for them to shift their coverage elsewhere.
Yeah,
You just mentioned an employee, an insurance advice, what is
Yeah.
that?
Basically, we call it a public employee committee. It kind of doubles as our insurance advisory committee. By statute, every town has to have one.
Oh,
And it's made up of a representative of each union, a retiree, and a non-union person. And basically this group meets when needed.
okay,
Historically, we've only met with them a couple times a year, or when there's some special issue coming up.
okay.
And we have to kind of reach out to them and ask them to come in and have these discussions. So this would be the first one that really Julie would be leading. In the past, Karen and I led these meetings. And as part of that, they'd be talking with them about this, getting feedback.
Right.
And then going back, and then if the PEC group approves this, then they have to take it back to each of their unions to get approval to sign off on a final document.
yeah. How many of our employees already, opt out because of spouses' plans? Is that, because we're gonna have to pay them also, so that's the number we have to figure out. And we're already getting that benefit.
So.
Yeah.
I took my laptop home to try and work on that over the weekend.
Yeah.
I forgot my password, so I couldn't figure out the exact thing. I worked on it this morning. I'm having trouble running the correct reports in minutes, so I'm gonna reach out to Lisa to see if she can help me run them. I'm not totally sure.
Yeah.
The unions will probably come back saying, no, we want the people that
have never been on the health.
Right, I'm assuming you do have to put them on there.
Yeah.
For
Something,
For some,
not
yeah,
the full amount.
right, I mean, there's numbers that you have to put on that for those people too.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be an important factor on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the other question is for Jody, have we subdivided out, even if it's just, yeah, maybe not in the full budget funding, but health between school and municipal, so we can talk about savings that would accrue to the school, which might help them be able to fund additional positions and consider hiring more full-time or less cusp of budget benefit eligible.
That's part of the job description rewrites and the job
Okay.
description discussions. We'd really like to be either around, like 19 or 35.
Right, that's the
Yeah.
sweet spot. And then, yeah, and if they had some skin in the game with the budget allocation, that gets the school committee on board and the administration there on board a little bit more too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll approach the budget the same as we did last year in
Yeah.
terms of that split out, and
Good.
it's a separate line item within the budget.
Yeah.
And we'll continue to do that.
Good, thank you.
We again, not to beat a dead horse, but we've been talking about an opt-out program potentially for the past like 5 years. We just have not had the bandwidth. So again, last year, we were looking to put HR in place. This is one of the things that we said could be really beneficial for the town, and here we are. Proving that this was a good move, so.
And I don't wanna overpromise, but if this is a very successful program, it could be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings.
Yeah,
And we did find towns that have had it implemented for up to 14 years already.
Yes.
Not even necessarily new. Yeah.
right, it's not
Well,
new.
we've got to find ways to save on health insurance. It's just.
It's rising out
We all
of control.
know.
We've already been told by the GIC that their increases. And I think they're gonna formally announce them in about 2 weeks. Anywhere from like 8 to 15%.
Yeah.
So the minimum increase in our GIC is gonna be 8%.
Right.
My question with that is, does somebody negotiate that on this side?
No.
No, we have no
Okay,
say.
that's what I
We have no say in that.
Zero say.
Government, I don't know.
Oh,
some-
General insurance commission.
Okay.
Yeah.
It-
Group insurance commission.
So we joined the state, and actually, there's a lot of towns right now are jumping onto it because the open market is getting so expensive.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of, and the state subsidizes it a little bit. That a lot of towns are jumping onto it to avoid the 20% increases. that are being in the open market.
15 to 18.
On the open market, if you have enough insured, there's a huge negotiation. They come at you with
Yeah.
like 12% and you settle it like 2.
And if we would,
Yeah.
if we
Oh,
would
you-
say had
you're better than-
insurance through
My-
Maya, which
My person.
there's about 150 towns that insure
Yeah.
through Maya, which we have our other insurances through. They negotiate with Blue Cross and
Okay.
the different groups on behalf of that group. But the GIC actually negotiates with the, Harvard Pilgrim and the other groups. But again, we don't have a seat at the table per
Right.
se on that. That's
Right.
the GIC that handles all of
Right.
that.
Okay.
So we're waiting to hear on their vote on the 12th to see if it's gonna be anywhere between 6 and 15% worst case scenario.
The 12th
They said
of.
that their
next month?
driver-
No, this month.
This month, yeah.
And
The largest
GLP-1s, right?
Yeah, the largest driver of their
know,
decision is
happy-
the struggle
happy
between
race.
GLP-1 and not.
Right,
So,
right.
Yeah,
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I know that you're talking about this for the employees that are currently employed. Will this also apply to folks who are retired? Because I know that they're, no.
No, right?
I don't believe
I
so.
don't think so.
The opt-out? No.
Yeah, no.
No.
yeah,
It
because they would
can't.
have to.
Yeah, it just, it can't.
Yeah.
There's no way to do it.
Yeah.
But there's a retirement, there
Oh,
are,
we have retirement insurance.
right,
But the opt-out program can't work because of the way the retirement insurance works.
okay.
We can't, it's really all singles and there's no way to do that.
No, I was just curious. 'cause
Yeah.
Somebody will ask me.
Yeah, if there was a way to do it legally, we would look
Yeah,
into it, but there isn't.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, they do have their own Medicare reimbursement
Okay.
benefits.
Right.
They do.
that is
They have other-
right. I didn't know if there was something that could be, so it's not as expensive for the town to take care of.
oh.
Yeah.
Yes.
You work it, I go home, I'm never gonna.
Hi.
I'm back.
You're
Okay.
back.
Questions. I think this is awesome. I actually worked for a private employer that did this too. My first question is on the slide where you showed what other towns are doing. It looked like the standard was 2,000 per individual, 4,000 per family. Why are we doing 3 and 6?
I can, so these are just proposed numbers. I personally put those in because that's a it just looks better on paper to me with the cost of everything rising. These are not settled numbers, this is up to the board. I just personally presented those because I just feel like it's more of an incentive to get someone up and we're still saving an incredible amount of money, even offering something higher than $1,000.
You have to incentivize people to.
And those people have been on those plans for 14 years in
Yeah.
some
Yeah.
cases.
That, and we're saving money, hopefully regardless, though Craig had a
Ton.
great question.
Mhm.
But it just feels like we're spending more maybe than we need to.
Well, it's a good point, and it's
Yes.
part of the broader discussion,
Yes.
and what is that sweet spot? And there's
Right.
no magic number there, I think it's looking, how valuable is it to the town to entice people to come off, and what does that number have to be to entice that person to come off?
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
it's certainly a valid point, and something that we're gonna have to discuss before a final decision is made. But it's slightly above the average, but again, those numbers have been consistently going up across the other towns, and I think we wanna have something that is very enticing for this optional program, but it's a legitimate point for the board to think about as we get deeper into those discussions.
Right, because
It's not fun to change your health insurance, so you
not
want
any
to
higher.
want to do it.
And it also doesn't give the town a lot of room to go when they need to increase. It just makes higher numbers that are starting even higher when you need to increase down the road. So, I mean, I look at a town like Natick and they're at 2 and 4. They're how many times our size? So just something to think about. And then, let's see. And then for the school, does the school pay for their own health insurance plan?
It's allocated, we pay all health insurance through one check. But it's allocated out in the budget and a little side note.
In the budget, we just,
Expenses,
It's a-
it's a
yeah.
separate line item.
But we do allocate and show how it's split.
Yeah.
we track it separately, but it's not within their base budget.
Right.
So if we save money, why would we return that to the school and not use it to help the town defray its own
Well,
costs?
it's above the line number, so if we save money on it, everybody saves money, so it just frees up more money for the allocation out afterwards. So, and it's not the town and the school, it's the municipal departments and the school, which makes the town.
Right.
So far too often people think that this is the town, this is municipal, the town is all the departments, so I fall into
Including
that
the
trap,
school.
including the school, and I fall into that trap a lot myself. Yeah,
Right, I understand
Yeah.
that. Okay,
Yeah.
that was it.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
thank you.
Are we good? Do you have any other questions for them?
we'll
No?
talk about it. No.
Yeah.
We are paying less than last year.
We are doing a lot of.
Yeah.
We may have to vote to recess.
Hold on.
I make a motion, we recess
Second.
And reconvene at 1
and
P.M.
reconvene at 1 P.M.
Second, moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Yes.
ladies.
Erin.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Good. You have something for me?
No, my other YMCA is in my group.
There you go.
All right.
See you on the plane. You better not be somewhere.
Excellent. So welcome back, everybody. We have finished our lunch recess. And, next up, we have Anne Marie Gagnon doing our Council on Aging budget.
Sweet. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. Anne Marie Gagnon, Director of your Council on Aging. And I just wanted to start this by really thanking, well, particularly my staff, that everything that goes on down there, we are a small but mighty group and could not be possible without the 3 folks who are part-time down there and our drivers, of which there are 3 and 1 volunteer fellow. So I just want to thank them, and then the inordinate amount of volunteers that we have who do everything from run programs, collect bakery, answer phones, really help us to sustain a really, really good day every day. We really appreciate that. And of course, we have a great board, the support from our friends group, to all support the community we're serving. I'll move to that slide. So our senior population is obviously growing in Millis, and we just completed a study with UMass Boston Gerontology, which we will be rolling out and recommendations rolling out forward. We'd like to have them come back. We know they were canceled due to the snow, but to talk about the things that we are currently working on and how we can improve them, particularly mobility supports, increased diversity in programming, and new ways to do outreach. So our activity at the senior center continues to grow. We are averaging anywhere between 80 and 100 people per day that we see. So whether they walk in to just say hi, they walk in for an appointment, we walk in for a particular program or activity, you are counted. And we do know that these numbers are actually undercounted too, because not all the time do people check in, but the 90% of them do. So we believe from last year, we are just very close to 10% over last year. And between outreach programs, more exercise programs, other activities that we're able to do, we're seeing some really nice return on the investment. As you can see from the population age bracket, the majority of the folks that we see, now these are people we see at the senior center daily. The largest cohort is between 70 and 80. But those numbers continue to increase. So we have a few mission critical areas of focus. One is obviously social programs and lifelong learning. Everything which I just spoke of, whether it's a card game, whether it's an exercise class where you're coming to, deal with a group, whether you're coming to have a computer workshop time, or the senior safe program with the fire department, art classes, things that keep people engaged and to help reduce isolation. That is our goal. Exercise being one of those main events. We have exercise 5 days a week. We're very thankful for our partnership with the Friends who help to offset that in addition to participant fees. They are very well attended anywhere. We have some classes that have 20, 22 people and some classes that have 5, 6, 7, 8, but those are also growing. We balance our programs between the recreation space that we all share in the gym, as well as room 18 and other rooms as needed. And of course, we have the seasonal walking club. The picture is there. We deal with our health department nurse and another volunteer nurse for blood pressure clinics and flu shots. So again, keeping people active, healthy and engaged, and to reduce isolation. It's a great place to meet friends, come together and have great conversations, and continue to have a safe and warm place outside of their home. So with all that being said, a big focus we have obviously is outreach and support. Before I talk about transportation, which is one of the major pieces of that, our SHINE program for Medicare information is brought to us by a partnership with Pasco Elder Services. They do Medicare counseling. They have a new counselor that just started today, actually. Our partnership with Pasco for grab and go meals and Meals on Wheels, of which we serve about 30 to 35 consumers every day. And of course, between what our outreach coordinator does and what I do and the other staff in support of that, there's fuel assistance support, SNAP benefit support, housing application support, referrals to other agencies, referrals to senior care services, of course, our senior property tax workout program, of which we have tons of slots in the town, which is great. So we can actually spread the effort across different town departments to help in town activities. And we do a lot of food rescue programs just to keep people comfortable that way, whether it's through our Spoonfuls Once a Week program where food is culled from different various brochures and then brought in for people to select. The Meals on Wheels support the donations that we have from to daily it's a difference, and when those items are not available, we certainly hear about it, so we're very thankful for our participants in the community who help us with that. So in terms of transportation, this picture of Jim Murphy and one of our consumers, we're a 15% increase over last calendar year. Last year, with the new vehicle that we were able to procure with an earmark and the support of our friends, we had that other driver come on, and a more increase in questions and access to getting to Boston. Our rides increased. So if you see the pie chart, majority of it's for medical appointments. Obviously then shopping, which is grocery shopping primarily. Social, we had clients who go see loved ones in nursing homes, other friends in the community. If you want to come to the senior center, we'll give you a ride. And all the other sort of daily trips we might do to take people to new different places. And then other is anything from the bus actually had to run over to DPW to be worked on. Or we had to give you a ride unexpectedly to Social Security or a law office or something that didn't fall into those other categories, but the primary reason we do transportation is for medical. So transportation being one of our biggest pieces and one of the pieces that's the one point of our budget. Our budget this year is asked to be level funded. However, we are interested in bringing back salary numbers to the driver wages line item. I know over the years, the program was not as high as it was last year. Last year, our driver expenses were over $20,000. We were projected to spend what we originally had allocated, which was $23,400. We do have a transportation revolving account, which would offset those expenses. Due to the fact that in June, the budget needed to be cut to help support the overall budget, which we were able to find out how to do. That was fine. That money will come out of the transportation revolving account, which currently has about $17,000, and then we receive $1,500 to $2,000 every year in participant fees towards their rides. But we're just over half the year, and we are still on track to spend another $12,000, if not $13,000 over what we've already been allocated. So that will come out of the transportation revolving account. Our hope is that we will be able to find some dollars on the town side that we can put back towards that. The program is around $26,000 to $27,000 a year. Now, with all that being said, I know we just this morning, agreed to go into a contract with the Metros Regional Transit Authority, which is a pilot, which just came out of circumstance the last couple months due to resident inquiry. For that, I'm grateful. I think it's a great opportunity to see what we can do with them, but I don't believe at this time we can count on that as something directly related in the moment for this. So if there's a way that we could sort of come together to
Why don't
somehow
you
close that gap.
think that?
Because we don't know
anything?
I don't know it, right, frankly, no, I don't. We just voted to say that we were gonna become a part of them. Their board still has to vote to accept us. Then a plan has to be laid out. We are a new town for them.
Right.
There's no program laid out,
Right, so you're not gonna rely on anything,
Right.
not.
but it'll be
today.
great if you get some.
It would be fantastic, yes, and I do believe we will. That's the goal, right? We wanna be able to use that money,
Yeah.
to increase transportation. The fact that that happened and this happened was completely all independent of each other. So I would think that a year from now, when I'm sitting here, we will have this fantastic plan. We can rearrange all the numbers and it would be great, but then
And you'll give us back the pile of money we gave you.
No. It goes into free cash eventually. The revolving fund you mentioned, you
Yes.
said how much is in there? 17?
17.5.
And you
That's
use,
been held, oh gosh, well before my time. That money was always there, about, like I said, $1,500 to $2,000 a month, brought in from fees, and that would offset driver salaries,
Yeah.
should it need be. It would have offset if the wheels fall off the car, that kind of
Yeah.
thing. had at one time paid for the dispatch salary. But I moved the dispatch salary over to a grant. So there's ways to play with some of that, but all of those are this particular moment.
Because all the other increases are just there, but that 10,000 is outstanding, outside.
Right.
Do you have other funds that you have access to at all?
Well, for instance, on the, if you're looking at the salary sheet,
Yeah,
the part-time dispatch, which the town budget is about 5,700 and change. There's another $10,000 onto that salary that
Right.
actually comes from a grant already. The outreach worker, there's another $10,000 that comes from a grant above and beyond what's reflected here. So to go to your question, we have received $36,000 from the state, which is really to fund programs that support as many seniors as possible. So in terms of dispatch and outreach, I think that's a great place to put it, transportation being that not everybody gets a ride, even though it's a
Right.
possibility. The state also is concerned that they don't like seeing all salaries being used for that because that can change at any time.
Right.
It's based on the governor's recommendation. And it's based on census numbers. So it's a grant that's based on a formula. This year it's $16 per senior based on the 2020 census of federal census
Right.
of seniors in your town. So it's about 36,000 and change.
yeah, I was wondering about other revolving funds or friends
Oh.
funds or anything like that.
So the friends are over here,
Yeah.
they're an independent organization,
Right.
not here to speak for themselves. So, we have the transportation revolving fund. I do have a gift account.
Okay,
And the account is around, let's see, 10 or 12.
and is that restricted at all? Just to,
Question with Jody. Jody and I have been talking about that account. We get before, well,
Which one? The gift
the
account?
gift account?
And restricted in what way? That in particular, like it can only be expended on this or that?
Yeah,
I would look back to the spirit in which the gift was given. So a lot of times, if you have a gift account, let's say in Anne Marie's case, and the donor says that this is to be gifted for
right.
said item or
Yeah.
items or products or services,
Services,
then it
yeah.
would be in the spirit of how it was donated.
Mhm.
Typically, the select board accepts that gift and then it's put into a separate fund.
Right.
So I would have to look back
Okay.
to see, but generally, if something's just given, it's at the discretion of the department head.
we had an
Typically.
endowment for paper boys at the Boston Y. We had to go through the courts to have it changed.
Sure, yeah.
To paper boys.
Well, there weren't any paper boys at some point.
Right.
We took the intent. I was just curious what other funds are available because you did mention the revolving fund. I wasn't sure if there were others.
Right, and then we have a new revolving fund that we started last year. I just one item that Jody and I were gonna talk about. So that revolving fund was a program revolving fund specifically. We wanted to take the friends out of the management of the exercise classes, which is what had been done prior to this, the exercise and everything that we do with that and some other programs and so forth. The friends group, we really wanted to bring those instructors as other
Yeah.
leaders in the COA and be paid through the town and whatnot. So that account has has already spent $10,000. Right now, the balance is about $1,500 because the money goes in for the classes, the friends pay us the balance and we pay back out. And other program fees, if it's an art class or something, currently sit there as well, but right now the balance there is about $1,500.
Okay, thank
And I
you.
can see that growing and then helping to offset other costs.
Yeah,
I really feel like, I mean, yes, it sounds like we have money. Yes, we do have money.
you don't have a lot of money though.
We
So
don't have a lot.
I'm not getting, I'm just thinking
No,
about
yeah.
that driver increase again, you know,
Yeah.
and knowing it's needed, but knowing if there's 15 in the revolving fund, is that?
So we did the
Yeah.
15 in the revolving fund and we're gonna spend that, then what do we do next year? Cause I'm gonna spend probably 12 or 15 of it. It'll be 17 now. We spend, say 14,000 of it
Yeah.
with driver wages and we're left with 2. If something happens to the
Yeah.
vehicles,
Yeah.
thankfully we have a new vehicle right now and they really have been maintained very well with DPW. We have low miles on our cars. They don't go very far. Maybe if there's a way that we could come together on. some
Yeah,
numbers
the
that-
revolving fund, the concept is as people pay, it grows back up again, so, you know,
Right.
you try to maintain a certain balance in it, then.
Right.
and whatever that right balance is, and without doing the whole analysis right here, right now. Jody can work on that later. But there's a number you want to maintain for repair, but then in excess of that, the idea is you bring the money in, you spend the money out, holding a certain base. And a lot of them were restricted that they couldn't have more than years ago. I don't know if we got rid of that, more than X thousand in it, you know?
Yeah, a lot of the revolving funds, again, depending upon
Yeah.
how it was set up, 53D or 53E.5 typically. The select board and at town meeting vote on revolving fund balances as a yearly article, so those
Yeah.
thresholds can change year to year.
Okay.
which we can talk about. So I mean, aside from that, things downstairs are really great and our partnerships are good and our staff is solid. And I believe that the programs we're doing are good. February, we always hand out surveys to people who come into the senior center and ask us what they'd like to see or new and different. In terms of our working with our friends, we are trying to work with them about some improvements downstairs, having room 18 painted right now and with the facilities department, but doing some other work on some other rooms to bring the elevate and make things a little more accessible, working on some projects with them to see if we can do that. They were gracious enough with the car last year. Now we're looking at infrastructure. So I guess in closing, you know, other than the pilot program with Metro West Regional Transit, which I'm really excited about, the improvements to the physical space, taking the concepts from the UMass Community Survey and wrapping those into what we currently do. And then continue with these great intergenerational programs with our volunteers who have spearheaded those. You know, I think we're starting to hit all the marks that I've wanted to hit for the last 3 years. We're moving forward, so thank you.
I was just gonna say, speaking of UMass, we did push them forward to this coming Monday, but let me know if that doesn't work for them.
Okay.
So,
Okay, thank you.
so we miss them, let us know.
Any other questions?
No.
I just noticed when I come down, there's I'm bumping into people that don't live in Millis.
Yes.
You have a lot of people.
On that slide in review,
Yeah.
we go back.
Do you apologize? I did bump into him.
Well,
Yeah,
one
22%.
woman I went to high school with, I wouldn't have picked her out of a lineup in them. But anywho, she lived in
Yeah.
Holliston. A lot of people from Holliston,
Yes.
which doesn't surprise me because
Yes.
they have a.
So if you see in the bottom
Yeah,
corner,
22.
Ellen, we have, of those that came, how many were from Millis and how many came from other towns?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And with that, you know, we hear occasionally from people in Millis that say, oh, well, my friend goes to Norfolk and and that's fine.
Yeah.
Not every center should have duplicative programs.
Yeah.
So, we have stuff that people come from, and then you can see, you know, almost 25% of the people come to us because their town has them.
Yeah, that's has to have increased dramatically.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it speaks to what we're doing. I hear people say, people are just really nice here. Which is very nice. I mean, we're definitely, the numbers are increasing.
Yes.
People are liking what they see. We do send that monthly newsletter, to everybody 75 and over already in town. So they're automatically,
65.
actually 70, we said right now we're 75 and over automatically. It's an opt-in option.
Oh, really?
Otherwise you'll
You
get
can
it
register
online.
for it and get it.
Well, right, unless you opt in and say you want it, we automatically send it to people 75 and over, so they know what's going on, they know what
Okay.
resources are available, so included in our outreach numbers, we talk about. It's not just people coming into the center, it's what we're doing out as well. And we believe that newsletter is a big vehicle for that, there's information that people will just call on that. So we're happy about that, so yeah, all good things.
One other thing I'd just like to add, it is specific to this transportation program with Metro West. When you see the UMass study, you're gonna see that access to transportation of that community that answered, it's a very weighty item for them. And so when we're thinking about including Metro West, what we're trying to do is expand and enhance transportation. We're not looking to take it out of the money that we have right now with our 3 vehicles, which we own and drivers that we have. We want to be able to provide more than that 1,352 rides that we provided. And you'll see in the UMass study, that's an important aspect to what the seniors need.
Yeah, plus, and on that note, is that the Metro West piece is only gonna serve probably 2/3 of where we go. There's a whole third Foxborough and South that our drivers are still going to and will need, plus doing additional trips and how else we could expand what we do with our vehicles and get people where they wanna go, whether that's for social outing or a medical appointment.
Yeah, and that just kind of speaks to the, restoring the $10,000 and why we think that we need it.
Any other information at the moment?
Any other questions?
No, no, no.
Okay,
All
all
right,
right, well, thank you very much.
Thank
It was a
you.
pleasure.
Thank you.
Don't forget my bingo.
Wow.
We're still pretty close to on time, right?
yeah.
We go down to bingo.
Oh, we announce it, don't go anywhere. We're looking for people to, officiate, what do you call it, Anne Marie? Officiate bingo?
We'll have a few people call. I do, but if people are still interested, they could.
I'm gonna call bingo someday,
Excellent.
Thursday morning.
Okay.
Don't
I
get
hear
it
they're
wrong.
brutal.
Don't get it wrong.
I hear they're brutal.
Yeah,
You screw
don't
up.
make a mistake.
So let me pave the way, cause nobody's more obnoxious than I am, and then you'll be a delight.
But I'm highly likely to call the wrong number and be driven out.
Eat you alive.
They will, Akina.
Yes,
Eat
bingo.
you alive.
Yeah.
Right,
But
Akina
there'll be a
doesn't know.
special bingo
Yeah.
just for an hour.
I'm all over it.
An hour, I can do 15 minutes of the guest appearance. Calling 4 numbers is great.
I have to say, I'm really looking forward to this.
No, wait, be
Seriously.
I made a mistake.
Okay.
Hi, Kim. How are you? Good, good.
I'm just joining the Zoom meeting so I can get my slides.
Yes, sure.
Was that one or two? Our last,
No.
We have
No, you get to
building,
flip it over.
IT, finance,
Number 2.
and don't
don't
forget
have page number 2.
on the back. No.
Recording in progress.
Don't get too excited.
Well, that's all.
That's not bad.
No, it's just for me and.
DPW
That's
was
for
today. Actually, in addition to what's here, we have, Board of Health as well. We're sneaking them in. They're in there and they let it off. So they're basically right before Mike and I.
Okay.
They're not on the list.
They aren't on the list, no,
We have-
no.
I'm going to put out like a,
We fired him. I was like, no, no.
I'm gonna put out a non-silent request that maybe we can be done by 4.
Oh, my God.
I think so.
Okay.
Oh, my gosh, I hope so.
Yes.
What with executive session too?
No.
With
Yeah, but-
exec.
Mike and I don't have a lot to say about ours. I can tell you. I don't think Jody does.
Yeah, I figure you and
Finance,
Jody is the involving
administrative
ones at
quick.
the end. Those one I expect not to be done.
Yeah.
And HR with benefits.
You could always follow up with us anytime.
Yeah,
Right.
You guys good?
I'm set.
Okay.
The only suggestion I have is more delineation between where one department starts, and that's what stops. I was reading about the
Oh, on the
Council on
thing?
Aging teen programs and
Yeah.
kids. It's like, no, wait, back
You
up.
should
the
be
library.
Well, there should be a page that
Just a
says
page.
pension.
Yes. 'Cause I just went straight into your mission saying, boy, that sounds like a lot like the library, thinking it was the Council of Aging still.
So Kim Tolson, I'm from the library, and I'm gonna be talking a little bit about kind of what we'll be doing in our budget request for this year. So as you know, talking about kind of core services of the library, we have access to all kinds of collections, both in the library building and more so each year, digital and online collections that we've just seen demand increasing for. And this includes like downloadables as well as digital content that people can check out. We have Wonder Books now and which are like books with the audio player built in for kids. So it lets them have access to those like digital recordings without having to have a device. Free technology access for people in the community. Really the only place in town where all ages can access technology. We have desktops and laptops that are available for use inside the building. We have hotspots that are available to borrow for home use. And I'll talk a little bit more about this, but we're going to be expanding to offer home borrowing of Chromebooks as well this year. And then, of course, we do all kinds of programs for all ages, all different interests. Including technology instruction, job skills, early literacy, book groups, community support groups, art, cultural programs, all kinds of things. And every year we're trying out different programs and looking at, what people are asking for is a big part of what influences the programs that we're offering. And then, the library building itself is a resource to the community, and we hear all the time how much people appreciate having a place to come and work quietly or meet as a group or host a community event. And after school too, we're really seeing the library become a destination for tweens and teens, middle schoolers especially. We have a whole crew that the library is their place that they come after school, like their safe place where they can be. And of course, the staff that maintains all these resources and helps the community access them. So then just jumping into the past year. So in 2025, we hosted 535 programs and had over 8,000 attend. I mentioned we added some new programs. So we have a new book club for the thriller genre. We have a improv class for kids that our children's librarian Rachel has been running. Tummy Time, monthly Tummy Time program for really young ones and their parents. And that's just to mention a few that we've added last year. We developed a new strategic plan, which went into effect this fiscal year. And as part of that process, we solicited feedback from as many people in the community as we could to help us set goals and objectives for the next 5 years to make sure that we're really meeting the needs that people are expressing to us. And we continue to, with our teen services assistant to grow engagement with teens. And we're seeing this not just after school, but our regular Friday evening programming that we're doing on a regular basis. We've seen attendance grow and have tweak the programming based on the interests of the kids that are coming. And from the first year that we started, that our teen services assistant started, we've seen a 75% increase in attendance at our Friday evening programs. So our physical circulation is remaining steady. We saw over 128,000 physical checkouts of, books, movies, magazines, our library of things. And then, as I mentioned, downloadable audiobooks, e-audio, magazines, and videos have just continued to grow. We saw a 40% increase just from last year alone. And if we look at the last 5 years, the use has more than doubled for that kind of stuff. So we're always trying to balance our physical collections with digital and how much we're allotting to those different collections. And of course, as members of the Minuteman Library Network, we have pooled resources there, which allow us to offer a lot more in terms of digital content. And we did receive 3 grants in 2025 to support various programs and services. So we got a grant for our Girls Who Code Club, a cultural council grant for our Millis Reads program last year, which is a community-wide read that we do every year. And then we just received, at the end of last year, we found out that we were awarded a Mass Broadband Institute grant for devices, Chromebooks, desktops, and laptops for public use. So those will replace some of the older equipment that we have and allow us to expand, as I mentioned, expand our Chromebook lending program to offer home lending of Chromebooks in addition to the library lending program that they do. And our friends group has been great in looking at new ways to raise money for the things that they fund, which are most of our programs, as well as certain smaller capital improvements, and our Museum Pass program. So they've been working on, last year was the first year, a business sponsorship program, and then we have a clothing donation shed that's been bringing in some additional income. I think so far it's been like around 100 a month. So it's something that doesn't require too much upkeep. And then we have a great group outside of the Friends, some overlap there, but our gardeners who have been really spending a lot of time the outside of the library building with all of our gardens and maintaining those, as we don't have any landscaping budget, and so all of that is done with volunteers. The Millis Garden Club and the Glen Ellen Garden Club in particular. So then getting into our FY 27 budget request. So this request does reflect level service. Any increases that you see, which I'll talk a little bit about some specific ones, but these are just reflecting increased costs and the same level of service. So just to call out some of them, so you'll see there's an increase in the supplies and expenses line, and this is reflecting increased cost of certain supplies, mainly maintenance and like paper goods. We've seen those prices go up a lot, and we are looking at comparing with some different vendors. We had switched vendors a few years back based on like cost comparison, so we're gonna look at that again. But we, you know, this just reflects kind of like the same stuff that we're buying that's just costing us more. And then we're looking at increasing our on-call wages line. So this is kind of our substitute staff that cover when other regular staff are out. And last year, or FY 25, we did move some funds from extra time to on-call just to reflect a change in how we were staffing Saturdays. But other than that, this budget line has not been increased in 10 years, even though the hourly wage for this position has gone up a lot. You can see here, the current or the FY 27 rate is $23.67. And looking at FY 23, it was $15.85. So this is just kind of updating that line to reflect kind of what we're paying per hour now. And then the other position that we're looking at here is the teen services assistant, which I had mentioned. This position was funded with marijuana impact funds since January 2022. It's a 16-hour-a-week position, and it's allowed us to expand our Thursday and Friday hours. So prior to having this position as part of our staff, we were closing at 4 o'clock on Thursday and Friday, and now we've been able to stay open until 8. And just to kind of give a little more detail, like context on that, this past year, we saw more than 7,000 visitors, like just in these evening hours alone. So on an average Thursday from 4 to 8, we see about 70 people a week on average. And Fridays, it's a little bit less than that, 69 a week on average. And then, as I mentioned, the person in this position has allowed us to greatly expand our programming and services to our tween and teen population. We just have one youth services librarian who kind of does all of that. So having this assistant position who can focus on teen services has allowed us to really grow our programs for teens, and we can see like the increased engagement. And so to bring this position into our budget permanently will allow us to continue to grow this initiative. We're looking at next year continuing to offer all these middle school aged programs, but kind of expand the programming for older teens, for high school age teens. So we have some plans for additional programs for this age. So just to And give you a little more. That I don't get in here, but, so the cost for the Teen Services Library Assistant position, so this is the person who's been on staff with us for 4 years, is $2,100 or $21,554 for the year. So that is what it is for allowing us to have these additional evening hours and to have this teen program. So if, if this isn't funded this year, since I know we don't have the marijuana impact funding anymore, then we're looking at having to reduce our evening hours based on usage. It may be Thursday, Friday, it may be different days. And we just wouldn't really be able to continue to offer the same level of service to teens that we are now. So I also will add, we were originally funding our summer Saturday hours for marijuana impact funds, and we were able to, as I said, shift our staffing model a bit to cover those hours out of our regular budget without an increase. So we're just looking at the 16 hours for the teen services assistant to be able to maintain the same level of service.
Jody, you mentioned it. What was the total HCA funds that we need to replace?
It's the one pager I gave you.
You gave it
It's
to
about
me.
282,000.
Oh, you did? 282. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That remind me, you gave it to me. Okay. Yeah, the goal is, and I don't know if we'll be able to achieve the goal, is to replace all of that for all the departments,
Mhm.
absorb that into the budget and then use that as the base and then work up, but we'll see what we can do.
Yeah,
Okay. So we're not looking at yours in isolation necessarily.
right,
Yeah.
right, I understand. I just want to give the whole context.
Oh, I
of,
get
like,
it.
What we get if we fund it and what we lose if we don't. I can also talk a little bit about, I had one capital request, but I want to pause and just answer any questions about this.
Aside from the HCA question, that was it.
Okay.
It was very clearly presented.
So then we have one capital request this year,
Keyless entry?
the keyless entry, yeah. Just find my right page here.
Just to give a little background on that,
Yeah.
obviously, when we did the keyless entry here, it was originally anticipated that we would actually have it at the library as well, but the cost came in so much higher than we expected. We weren't able to do that at that time, but it's still been a goal since to add that in over there, and I know Jim Donovan has been looking for grants for that. I don't know the current status, and I don't know if he's contacted you
Yeah.
recently about it.
He's planning on looking for a grant, and he had somebody come who's gonna give a quote. I got one quote, so this pricing is based on the quote that I had gotten. But he's looking for that additional quote as well. And yeah, as Mike said, this was initially approved at fall 2022 town meeting for both town hall and the library, but the funding was not able to cover the library building. And so we're looking to fund that at this point, which would, give us much better security instead of having to give out physical keys, which can get lost, or if people leave employment, can be hard to get back sometimes. There would be, key cards, which could be controlled remotely. The building could be locked and unlocked remotely. It could be set on a schedule to open at the beginning of the public hours and close. And the alarm deactivation would also be done by key card, so we have much more accurate idea of, who's in the building when.
So this 15,000 is based on a quote?
Yes.
Who's the quote?
Who's it from?
Yeah.
It's from, let's see, I'm gonna stop sharing for a second.
Is it the same company we used? Is it an Aspen?
Sure.
It's, I'm blanking on the name,
Okay,
but I can find it for you.
okay.
I just had this discussion with Jim as well, and is it a community compact grant, is that what it is?
So,
I think it's a community compact grant.
Either that or the Maya grant.
No, it wasn't Maya. I think it's a community compact grant that he was seeking.
Yeah, I don't know if he told me the specific grant.
I think, I think it looks pretty good.
Did we get grant money, Mike, to do this building?
Some from
A
Maya.
part of it, not all of
Yeah,
it, part
didn't
of it.
cover it.
So the quote I got was from Verkada.
Okay,
Oh, yeah, Verkada. Yeah, there were two of them.
Colin asked us, and who does that? Cause that's who you've been using here, right? Out of Holliston?
Yeah, yes.
Yes.
Yes, and he gave us a good, and
Yes,
he gave us a good cost.
Anastas, I give you.
ANASTAS, I think is what.
ANASTAS out of Holliston.
We'll have to, we can poke Jim when he comes in.
We should
but-
definitely get a quote from them.
I thought
They're,
we had already gotten it.
They're the best, that's all I can.
In any event, I feel hopeful that we'll be able to cover it with a grant.
Yeah, that would be ideal. So I don't know what the timeline is on that grant, when they'll find out how they are. This would be just in the event that we don't get it.
So of all the municipal bills, I'm running through my head, I'm like, well, you got the police, you don't wanna have them have fobs. You got the fire, so is it just the town hall and library?
I think those are the only buildings that are needed. I think the DPW
Yeah.
offices already have them. That was part of the building
Yeah.
construction.
Oh.
Fire and police are covered. Yeah, I think the library's the last building that doesn't have any fob component.
Did you guys have any other questions?
No.
Kim, did you have anything else?
No?
No?
That's it.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right,
Thank you.
all right.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
So Kim, I was running by your building a couple of weeks ago and there was a piece of metal that came off the corner, the top corner of your building. I took the piece, it was on the sidewalk, I took the piece of metal and I put it up against the right corner of your building. That maybe, I didn't notice
It might be
that on your
important.
request
Yeah,
for-
okay.
Maybe it's of some importance.
It's on, it's important, it's a
Yeah.
piece of metal that covered, anywho, if you can, I don't know who you have, maybe.
Well, we have a town buildings article for unforeseen repairs.
Right.
That's true.
Yeah.
So.
So
I
if
think
it's
we could
necessary to
put- I
be-
would put that.
Yeah.
I'll ask John.
It just needs to,
Or maybe, I was
yeah,
gonna say, somebody must have moved it. Is it still there? No?
I don't know, there's so much snow, so
I know.
I don't know if it's still there, but it blew off with the wind, I find it around my buildings all the time, it's not
Not bad.
structural, it's not structural, the building is fine. But it is,
Probably just like some cover, just some.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's just a
Alright.
piece of trim, that's all,
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
thank you. What? It's not,
Probably, maybe
it's not flashing, it's just the piece.
ornate.
Yeah.
Ornate, you don't have to keep.
All right, next up, we have the building department.
Just worried about it being busy over there. I was there the other day and I could not get over. Every little cubby was full.
No.
It's a busy building. Not yet.
Yes.
When did we get that?
Hello, Bob.
This is, I want to welcome you again. This is Bob's first formal budget proposal in front of the board. Since he started it just after the last, beginning of the last process. So, although you've been with the town quite some time, but in this
Yeah.
role, you just started,
In this aspect,
yeah, so.
All right, Bob Fogarty, building commissioner, here to present the building department budget for FY 27. Highlights, implemented online permitting, launched late March 2025, issued 800+ permits through December 2025. Improving customer access, records management, and permit status visibility. Strengthened continuity and inspection capacity by filling key coverage roles, alternate building commissioner, deputy electrical inspector, deputy plumbing inspector. Continued delivery of core public safety and public service functions, permitting, plan review, inspections, complaint response, and documented enforcement under 780 CMR and MGL chapter 48. FY 27 goals: provide consistent, timely, equitable service to all members of the public, maintain reliable coverage for building, electrical, plumbing, and gas activity through the town's qualified inspectors. Continue consistent, well-documented enforcement and records practices to ensure fairness, transparency, and defensible decisions. Spending highlights for FY 27. is primarily driven by personnel coverage required to maintain predictable service levels, permits, inspection, complaint response, enforcement. Operating expenses remain lean and focused on essentials, required training, certifications, excuse me, supplies, postage, mileage, and professional dues. Just a note that online permitting software costs are budgeted through the IT department. This is a level service budget, maintains current service levels. No new programs, expanded scope, or capital requests.
Well, that was easy.
Whew,
What?
you should have opened with that last time.
Yeah.
I hate seeing the permit fees go down because that means the permit revenue goes down, but it keeps your budget absolutely flat, yeah.
Yeah, with the raising of the permit fees in.
Well, no, I mean, just the total collected.
Yeah. Yeah, I think in general, it's a little bit slower,
Yeah.
and that's why we adjusted, you know, the inspection fees to match that.
Good.
Just based on projected.
That's just national.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Do you have any questions for him?
None.
All right, you're off the hook. Thank you.
All right, thank you,
Keep up the good work.
thank you.
All right, next up is IT.
IT was still on page one.
Oh, but you're looking at page 2.
Well, I'd like to.
But we're running ahead. It's only 10:02.
No.
All right.
Budget narrative wasn't in in time, so I paid out for that.
You gonna yell at him too?
I might. But not the narrative. I listen to the narrative. I look at the numbers.
The library.
You have the numbers in there.
That is the plan, I will talk about that.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, because that says.
Well, as long as the numbers, the narrative.
All right, thank you. I'm like, I think that's what it's.
Well, I'm adding
because I have
numbers
so
to
long
figure
for cameras.
its growth.
I didn't mention to still apply for the capital funding for it, 'cause you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, she
It's a good-
did, and we said we were looking for.
I think the
Yes.
capital committee.
All right, so I was paying attention a little bit. Once in a while.
All right, so, Jim Donovan, IT director. I'm IT for the municipal side, which means fire, police, library, town hall, and DPW. I do work with the schools, but not directly involved in anything at the schools. Going over just some accomplishments from last year, phone systems. So we moved the schools, went over to Zoom, so I collaborated with the schools. Basically, I took point on choosing the vendor. We chose Zoom. Schools have already fully moved over to Zoom. We're in transition here. Where town halls fully transitioned, DPW and fire. We're still waiting on library and police. Police, I'm waiting on having an issue with some call recording. Once that is straightened out, which I just got the quote on it last week, should be straightened out soon. So then that'll be moved over to Zoom with library to follow. That's basically just switching who controls our phones. That we've been void for a long time, so this just continues on with that. Copier contract was one of the goals from last year. Again, I worked with the schools, letting the schools take lead on vendor choice. So they chose who we were gonna go with copiers. We then went with copiers for the town hall. And then previous to that, police and fire did their own separately. I had already combined in fire initially in the summer. Police just came up 3 weeks ago. I combined them into our new contract as well. So we're now all on one copier contract for the entire municipal side. Last year I was working on a fiber grant.
Getting there.
You have to pause, you have to pause,
We are getting there.
because I gotta tell you, it's been almost 4 years with this, and it's happening, and it's beyond good. That's all I'm saying.
I think it's great that, you know, throughout the town, again, school and municipal side, how it's easy to work together. We basically, if we're one's working on something that the other's gonna be needing to work on, we work on it together. Which I'll get to another point when I talk about a new grant coming up, the schools will be included on that as well.
Yeah, that is great.
Fiber infrastructure, last year we completed a grant to connect all the town buildings with fiber. That has been physically completed. We're now working on the operational integration of all the town buildings. Fire and DPW are 50% there each. After that, the town hall will move forward with as well. Police is the hub, so they don't have any
changes to be made at the police station. So that is a good thing that I'm working on right there with them. E-fax, electronic fax, was working on that. That has been completed for town hall. And I'm working on that with, fire shortly, and then eventually probably police as well. And maybe even library, once we get into it a little bit. Online permitting, as I heard Bob talking about, they're using it. Online permitting is fully functional in the building department. Town administrator recently went to it this past fall with alcohol licensing. Some ups and downs, but they were able to get through it. It is an ongoing process. It's never perfect for several years, and even then, it's never perfect. Fire has also been moving over and doing some permits in it, and is expanding as they go along. The next department I'll be working on this spring will be Board of Health, and moving them into the online permitting as well. I didn't really have a huge opportunity for some of the goals, because one of the things with the goals, as I mentioned, is a grant I'm working on. So there's a community compact grant. It's actually due in 3 days to apply for it. I'm even currently still waiting on some quotes to be able to apply for that. Basically, I talked with the schools. It's going to be for security systems. What that means is camera systems, upgrading ours here, upgrading library, fire, and also key fob access, adding it into the library, and maybe changing a little bit here, and also at fire to be basically one system that I can control from anywhere instead of having each log into different sites. That way we have a holiday that's library and town hall. I'm just setting a live holiday, and it goes for both instead of me having to go to different sites and do that. So that we'll be working on soon. One of the ways that I worked on with the schools with that fiber grant, or with the community compact grants, right, is they need about 30,000, which I believe they're also applying for a capital project for their camera system. That will also be included in this and part of that upgrade. They're still gonna apply for that capital capital request, similar to library for the key fob system. In case we don't get the grant's a lower amount of money, we can't do it, just to make sure we have all our bases covered for it. So then to get into the budget,
What about the website?
oh, the website, yes, I did.
And I wasn't sure, because I didn't put it in mine, and like,
Put it in
between
mine,
the two of us, we do have a new website that we're working with a new company. And Jim and I are kind of tag teaming on that between, I guess, communications and technology. So that is starting soon, and should have that completed by the end of FY 26.
It should be completed, yeah, so we're hoping to go, we'll definitely need to be live with it before June, before the end of June, where we can start the new contract with the new company, and then the contract.
What's gonna change? I mean, will the
It's a
look
completely,
change?
yes,
Yeah, it'll look
completely
different.
different platform, brand new company, they're called
I just
Apogee.
mastered this one.
Yeah.
I'm
So
okay.
the name is Apogee, sorry, I'll step in for a quick second. The school is currently using them. And what you'll be able to do is have an actual app on your phone. So you'll be able to get notices that way, instead of having to log in, go into the website, you can set up that you're getting notifications right on your phone or not. I think it'll be a lot
That
more
any
user friendly.
notification that goes out will
for
actually
exciting
show up on
things.
your phone. It'll blink right out there if you set it up and have it announce it.
What?
Push notification.
Yeah,
Push, that's.
and the school already has this. They've had them for a couple of years, so we're.
And they're
basically-
happy?
They're very happy.
Yep, I called them before we made the switch over to it. We got a very favorable incentive to switch over now instead of waiting, because they're mostly been doing schools. So for us to do it during the school year, when they're less busy, they give us a very good incentive to be able to do the switch over. to us.
Happy you.
And we were being forced to do it anyway. We were sort of being forced to upgrade anyway, because we were on a very old website.
Yeah, our old website was basically going away and they were moving to a new platform anyway.
Right.
So instead of doing it twice, we also felt if we're gonna do it, let's just do it. I really like the app part of it. It's easy to navigate compared to opening your browser, going to a website. Nobody does that anymore. You want an app, whether it's CNN or Yahoo or any of those things, you use an app for it. You don't go to a website. And that will bring us to that same level.
We currently have the RAVE system, which is the reverse 911, or like you get with the water main breaks and whatnot that you've been getting recently, snow closings. That's actually part of this website, so we can get rid of that cost too, from having that as a separate thing, so it has a lot of positives, so we're
Not a huge
jumping in,
amount of
I
cost
think.
Savings, but it brings us into the same
No.
company and ease of use for that as well, like even for Karen of posting things to the website can also push it
Yes.
automatically to Facebook and Instagram.
You don't, oh, that's
I don't
nice.
have to
Yeah.
completely go into every single different thing, I could just say these are the things I want to show up on, so, lots of good things.
Can you say you want it to show up on my phone too?
Yes, I will help you with
Because I'm
it.
never gonna be able to figure,
I'll set
I'm
up
telling
a
you right now,
notification for you.
I'm never gonna be able to, but go ahead, I'm sure the rest of the world.
We will tutor you privately with.
Yeah.
will.
We'll have a class on it.
So anyway, hopefully by
You don't
April,
have
we
it
will have that,
much.
we'll be up and running,
It
and you'll
won't help.
really see it.
Yeah.
So,
All right,
alright, just figured we should.
No, I appreciate, I did forget about that one as
Find
well.
me direct something for you.
I agree, because it wasn't really a huge budget hit, but.
No, and it kind of
something-
came out of nowhere, so I.
Right.
We're
And that,
jumping in.
that will be, again, I didn't really get a great chance on my goals, but that would be the goals to have that completed over this next, obviously, 6 months really, but the next year, before we meet again, I'm doing the same thing. I've had that be accomplished and running well. Then going into my budget did go up a little bit, but most of the things are pretty level funded. The only thing that went up is an annual licensing fee. I had underfunded it last year, for several reasons, but one of them is I'm working on, we currently pay it in April. So it's a big $20,000 hit that we have in April. We prefer to move that into August, or July or August. So one of the things I'll do is I'm gonna go month to month on that and bring it into the next year. So that's why I was able to lower my cost for this year, even though it doesn't really lower the cost.
Right.
But I lowered it for what fiscal year it would hit. So this is a one-time savings, not a continuous, but allowed me to lower that budget down for this previous fiscal year. But now for next year, next year's fiscal year, I do have to increase it. Also with all the increases in, or some of the increases in personnel, the 2 more dispatchers, the firemen, the way it's working over there, and our new software system for inputting your time to make it easier on finance, HR, things like that. That requires people to have a Millis account. And currently there's some people without Millis accounts. Prime example would be, say, van drivers down in COA, on-call firefighters, but not part of those Millis accounts. So I need to actually increase some of my funding for licensing to be able to give them accounts as well. So that's why my licensing went up. But other than that, for most of those other things are either level funded or a little bit down. For example, equipment went down a little bit. And that is just because we basically did, when we switched off from Azure virtual machines and went to physical machines, I purchased a large quantity of machines, but I didn't purchase all the ones that I need. There's a lot of laptops that were still left behind. So I still have a couple years to catch up on that. Once I'm caught up on that, should be next year, it'll be a stable, similar to the chief with his cars of every 5 years, you're replacing certain things, and it'll be a more stable throughout the year. Whether it's for computer equipment, but also networking equipment, things like that, firewalls, they can be pretty expensive. The ones I purchased last year, which is actually gonna be for the whole town, that was roughly 25,000. So you see, those can be pretty big expenses. That was purchased with the grant last year. So we'll get 5 to 7 years out of that. So that's pretty much the budget itself. It's again, pretty stable. Any questions on that?
Have you done anything, on grants for the digitization of our stuff?
So one of the, that would, a lot of it would go into the community compact grant, which basically you have a choice of what you're gonna use it for.
Okay,
I'm choosing to use it for the security and camera systems for this year. We can apply for that every 2 years, so next
Okay.
year we won't be able to. I did look into digitization of our current files.
yeah,
Now granted, it was just a walkthrough with a person, going through the entire building and basically, what would it cost to digitize this building completely?
yeah,
It was over 500,000.
okay,
And that's just the scanning part and maybe some naming. That's not organizing it all. That's not making sure how exactly it ends up. So there's obviously extra cost there. So we are looking into it,
okay.
but I don't really have at this exact moment, I don't have a plan.
I thought it was $100,000, but either way, but let me ask you something, are we,
5.
I know that's to go back. Have we ever started forward?
Yes, everything now should be, yeah.
What's the date? Do you have a date?
What do you mean?
Well, like, do we have a date? Or
From
is it-
what date did we start digitizing?
Yeah,
Currently,
I don't know if can we answer that question? I would just say that as we've moved forward and everything is digital, that the majority of things that we work on now are digital. It's not
It was
like,
gradual. It wasn't like all
yeah,
at
it
once.
wasn't like also in one day we started doing that. Like everything that I send to you guys and that we have now and may keep paper copies, but everything I have is in here now. And I think that's just the way we work.
yeah.
So I don't understand what you're asking.
All right, what I'm asking is there any way, I'm sure there's no way, but is there any way to get a program that we can, from a date certain, say it's February 15th, 2026, that everybody in this building and in the school or wherever digitizes every single thing that goes their way, so there's a start point, so then when we go back, that back isn't no,
so
2 million.
she's saying if there's something that's done, like, let's say
Right.
on February 17th on a piece of paper, that somebody is scanning that in immediately and that is
And tagging
digitized
it and making.
for the future.
Yeah,
You know
so
what
the
I'm saying?
biggest piece of that is, right, so, right. yeah, go
No,
on.
So
obviously,
to answer your question of is it even possible? And the answer is yes. Everything's possible enough time and money. So right now, so programs, I already have the program. I purchased it last year. It's called Laserfiche. It's a documentation system. So basically it allows you to upload all your documents to it. It, as you mentioned, tags things.
okay,
Make them very easily searchable and things like that.
so is anybody in this building using it?
No,
Have they not had the tutorial?
that is correct. Tutorial, and there's also setup behind the scenes for it of, because if you
Make your tags.
just have a bucket, you know, a
Right.
file cabinet. It's great you bought the file cabinet, but how does the file cabinet
Okay.
get used?
And
And what is your philosophy on how to put things into that file?
okay,
cabinet?
if you already bought it, it sounds like you paid for something.
Yes,
So when do you think that we're gonna, you're gonna roll it out just like
Like
online, yeah,
yep, so basically, I wouldn't say it's a concrete, but it's 3 to 5 year plan of getting
okay,
things worked out. One of my first things I'd like to do with it is going to be, the agendas and meeting minutes, things like that.
okay,
One of the things this can also do is remind people about things and say, this is missing, you didn't upload your meeting minutes, or you didn't do this. And what it does from that point of view as well is once it gets uploaded, depending on how we set it up, for example, with the website, here's all your agendas, you click on it, you go to the select board, and there's all the select board agendas, they're all in one location.
okay,
For as many back as you can see at that point, like you said, to that date you started doing it. There's also permissions built in terms of who can see things, who can adjust things. For example, your packet
right,
will go in there as well.
right,
So that way, everyone here would be able to see their packets online easily in that version. And again, go back, so a new member comes on, they can look at all the older packets and they're like, well, where are these? Oh,
okay.
they're in a folder.
So when do you think you're gonna start any of it?
So we've already started a little bit, one of the holdups and some of the, I wouldn't say confusion, I don't know the right word for it.
It's
but
okay,
one of the things has been, what is Munis for and what is Laserfiche for? You know, what are those two separate systems? Because Munis is our financial system, it's our employee system. It is our master of data. That should be the holder of everything that it can, basically. What can that do beyond that? And that's been some of the question, for example,
so hold on, does Munis, is it digital?
there is parts of it that are digital. For example, we are currently working on with Munis, or will be shortly, with the HR department of digitizing onboard. So instead of somebody signing a piece of paper and walking it over, or putting in a folder, getting it over to the schools, goes around the schools, people signing it, it will be just a digital, hey, you have something to sign and approve or whatever.
Okay,
And same thing going out to the person, you know, at home applying for that job of, you got the job, now enter your social security number, enter all this
Okay.
information. And all that going through Munis would get automatically directly entered into Munis. There is, again, flow and process that needs to be developed there of what do we want, what approvals are based on that. You don't want just some random form, or somebody fills out a form and it changes my name in the system. You want obviously structure behind that form. So
Okay.
a lot of it has been trying to figure out what goes to where, what is Munis capable of, what is it not capable of, and then doing things that it's not in Laserfiche.
okay,
And Laserfiche, so Munis will never be, or the meeting minutes, agendas and things like
okay,
that will
but
be
the two
Laserfiche,
together is gonna give you everything.
basically. Yeah.
Okay, so when do you think You say it's already started a little bit.
I've already started a little bit. I haven't actually looked at it in a couple months.
Okay. When do we talk again? 2027?
I'm sure, well, you and I will, I'm sure, talk before then, but. But yes, I will definitely have a more structured update.
Okay.
I can guarantee having a structured update. What will be accomplished, I can't guarantee.
That's okay.
But I will have a structured update next year at this type of meeting or maybe even through another select board
Okay.
meeting, being able to say. Where we're going.
I know I learned something in this 5 minutes. I'm not sure what I learned, but we will talk again.
Yes.
I
and
know we're going in, I know we're going in the right direction, I know, but
It's slow.
It is slow.
Yeah.
I just
One of the
forgot.
biggest things I think is the naming convention piece of it.
You're
It's
right.
Very,
Yeah.
it's like, I don't even know.
I know.
Crazy things come in and like you said,
But it's a,
how do you find it? We
But it's the
have to
same-
Get some sort of,
Karen, it's the same
Start
thing in paper.
oh, it
You
is.
have a piece of paper and you make a file and you're like, oh, how am I gonna find this again?
Yeah, I literally look at Victoria and say, if I'm looking this up, what am I
Well,
looking
what if-
for?
I know. Like,
So I go in our
Yeah.
files in here, I have to
I
look
get it.
7 different places to think
I
about what,
do,
maybe I.
but the thing
Sounds
that
crazy.
I just hate that for every day that we're not doing it, that 500,000 is gonna turn to 700, because now we get 2 more years, we're not doing anything.
Right. Honestly, I think a lot of, like that 500,000, I think is quite out of reach for us. I think what ends up happening is, because part of this, is not just, oh, you have paper scanning. Do you need that paper? Do you need it scanned? What's the retention policy on that paper? So a lot of things we're working on right now, is we're working on retention schedules for things and what can be together and what needs to be separated out. A prime example, I don't think I'm saying this out of turn, but would be
No.
HR records in terms of personnel compared to health records.
Right,
They can't be in the same file anymore. They used to be able to, so any old files are all together, but they can't be in that same file. So now they have to be physically separated and then they have to be scanned. But what year do you start scanning? How far back do you have to be? You know, right now, all the stuff currently for, say, employee records is in Munis and that's where it should be. But we have a lot of historical stuff. I mean, going through boxes from somebody retired in 1980. Do we need to keep that? You know?
all I envision is the 50 billion plans. Plans.
All the development
From
plan,
ever. I
planning
have-
board, zoning board.
Office, I have subdivision plans from the 70s.
So, and for that part of it, for the building department, those are already being digitized when we went to, permitize. So those are all.
Okay,
The pieces of it are
Yeah.
moving forward in their own, but not as, I think as Jim was trying to explain, we have to work with a company to develop the actual plan and the parameters of
Right.
what is being
I-
stored
okay.
digitally, so we're not going down wasted avenues.
I get it,
Right.
but the
If it makes
building
you feel
department,
better, we have a senior work-off program who's coming in to physically scan some things to get started. I kid you not, just to get us
I
going.
know we talked about that, I wondered what
Just to
happened.
get.
Yeah, we just met with them today, again. He's coming back next week, to
Awesome.
start doing some scanning and the prep for the scanning, again, same thing. Those files, separating them out, you know, do we even need to? Victoria's looking into
Right.
retention schedules on certain things. So
Erin,
there's
we
a lot goes into it.
Erin, we did learn that with Permitize,
Yes.
when that got into effect, that stuff is scanned.
Yeah.
From then on, yeah.
So that has to,
Yeah.
I like that.
There you go. We've done that.
I think the departments are now doing their own thing as far as, like you said, everything moving forward is being
I
scanned.
am happy. He
Let's
said
not
we
say
should
anything
end-
more.
We should end on that,
You should.
on happy. Good job,
Rabbit hole.
whatever you're doing is good job,
Thank you, I appreciate it.
you really.
Maybe before I was. So from that, I think it would be going over to the,
Bless you.
bless you, above level service request. So this is something I did not put in my budget. After speaking with Jody and Karen, we basically determined that this should be an above level request. In terms of, this is for the police station, this is moving some of their servers into the cloud. So police need some physical or need servers for some of their services. Basically the, I don't know what's called, but like where the criminal records are stored and all that good stuff. They were looking at going into a cloud service. Most things are cloud services now. Munis is in the cloud. We don't have a service for it. Police are looking at the same thing, trying to go to the cloud for their service. The current company they're working with also is working on the next level cloud service for them. But what do we do until then? So as of right now, we just recently had a physical server fail at the police station. Not a big deal. We have another one. Everything got moved over to that one, up and running in a matter of less than a couple hours. So very limited service interruption for them. We're back up and running, but now we're on one physical server. So we can buy another server. I don't have exact quote costs on that, but I also don't think that's the way we should be going. If we move things into the cloud, into Azure, yes, it might be a little more costly, but you're not in a physical building anymore. You don't have physical servers and, backups and everything. It would, instead of being a couple hours, if something catastrophic happened to it, would be a half hour, and without any real issues at all. So that is projected to be, and I can't guarantee it, but it's projected to be about $2,000 per month. One thing with that being said, it does take us several months for us to even get to that point. They can build it within a week and it's be ready to go, but getting the state permissions or approvals for it to be live takes several months for them to get back to us and waiting and all that kind of stuff. So it is something that we want to work on almost as soon as possible. Once that is completed, if the chief then decides, or this, again, same company comes out with their cloud type service and we don't need this service anymore. One of the issues with all these old criminal file systems has been retention. If you go over to Norfolk, they have 3 services still running because 2 are for archive and they're needed just in case. This would be the same thing, be no different if we switch to a different one. Most places cannot get data out of one and into another, so you're leaving the old one up and running, which we even currently are. We've been on this one, I would say at least 7 years. I don't know the exact number, but much longer than I've been here. And yet we still have the previous one to this still running for historical data, because if something happens, a court case comes up, they need to go back and get it. One of the things this would allow is once it goes into that archival state, the cost will drop significantly because it will be checked once a week. It'll be more archival. It won't be 10 people in it all day, every day. It'll be 1 or 2 people in it once or twice a week. So the cost of that will be really scaled down. If you buy physical equipment, not only would you need to replace that physical equipment at the end of that, and it would still cost you the same to have that physical equipment. So that's why I'm recommending for it to be done through the Azure cloud environment and set up and running. Again, the cost is approximately $2,000 a month. That is not in my current budget.
Wouldn't that be in the police budget?
I wouldn't think so. I think you throw it out, it's IT, it's managed by IT, it's run by IT.
Yeah, we've come back to it that it's basically what's supposed to be infrastructure. So any infrastructure to support that would come back to the IT department.
Huh.
That was my conversation with the chief. I'm like, shouldn't you pay this? Like, they won't say no to you.
I'm gonna tell you what he would say, but, okay.
So that's pretty much all I have, unless anybody has any other questions on what I've gone through already said.
Hard to believe we did not have a full-time IT director until.
I just was gonna,
Very recently,
and not, yeah, I was just,
right?
we fought so hard for you at that town meeting that they got stuck on you. We had this $4 billion thing and they let that go, and then your 15 grand held up the meeting for another. I was apoplectic that they weren't gonna vote you. You know,
And that being said too, the numbers in grants that I've been able to get that we weren't getting before, that were just left out there. I mean, I've been here 5 years now, and if we get this next upcoming grant, that's over 300,000 of grant money towards, if you look at my salary compared to that, we're taking in. That's
We'll
what
hire
we're taking
somebody
out.
else.
Additional,
Like them?
additional.
oh, I
Get a
did.
couple of them if they can bring in $390,000.
I think I think what people don't understand is that IT is in everything. It's in your light switches, it's in your,
everything.
it controls your heat, it touches everything. It's not just a computer.
We were the last town in this whole region to get
Yeah.
professional IT.
We're the last
House
one to
support.
get anything, Mike.
And one of the things that it really does, that having just me on site or someone on site, we have an outside company, a managed service provider, and they are wonderful. They do a great job. They're the ones who got that server back up and running in only several hours. And it was off time. It was after 5 p.m. or right around 5 p.m. when it crashed. So they do a wonderful job, but for normal help desk service, no matter what company you go with, you're not getting immediate service. I don't even care if you're the CEO of a huge company, you're getting maybe faster service, but you're not getting immediate. And by having someone like myself here, police calls, I can be there in 5 minutes, I'll drive right down. Chief calls across the street, I walk across and I can help him out with that. Now, granted, he's very good on his own, but it can happen, and then throughout the building, and it's just, not only is it saving their time and their downtime doing things, they're back up and running over something very small, a keyboard not working, a file not opening.
I appreciate that more than anybody, because I can't even open this thing without help. But I will tell you this, I have dealt with other companies, as big as my weed company, that had an IT company, that now they're in Massachusetts, and they hire outside IT company in California. Okay, well, it's a 3-hour leg.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I'm out of my mind if I can't, if something, we have an IT person in-house. I don't know how anybody lives without that.
My brother works for a 4,000 person company as local IT in a building and regional a little bit as well. And they didn't have anyone, and when he started there, his title was something like in sales or something like that, because they couldn't tell the home office they had hired an IT person, because they were doing outside support for IT. And just getting a password reset was hours. And you have a sales guy trying to present something and he can't do it because of waiting on somebody. And so just that in-person thing of just having the one, at least one.
At least one.
Jim is also a part-time therapist.
That.
You're not, I'll be like, I can't help
To talk everybody off the ledge.
Yeah, he does, anybody, he does, he helps us all, it's good to have him around.
His calm demeanor helps a lot.
It does, it does.
I try.
It
Not that
does.
he ever called with silly things, but if he did,
It's great.
yes.
It's great.
It's that. If he can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right,
And then some.
You good?
I'm good.
You good?
Good.
We're all good.
Thank you.
Jim.
Thanks,
Thank you
Sam.
very much, I appreciate it.
So now we have a special guest.
Special guest, not on your chart.
Unannounced.
Oh.
Mr. McVeigh.
Surprise guest.
Surprise.
Again, this.
Especially surprise guest.
Inadvertently left off,
Long
not
story.
purposeful.
You got 1 minute.
Happens.
I've looked at the numbers. Tell us what you do and we're good.
Yeah.
Numbers are agreeable.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, board.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Accomplishments of the Board of Health. Department is responsible for issuance of numerous business license permits. In addition to processing licenses and permits, the board responded to numerous housing, general nuisance and restaurant complaints. Board of Health reviews plans and inspects all food service establishments, septic system installation. The board, through the nursing services, conducts flu vaccines, provides outreach nursing assistance for the Center of Aging, Council of Aging. Our office also is participating in regional tobacco control coalition in representing the town in the regional 4A emergency planning committee. We partner with Metro West Standard Public Health Services and offer support in the areas of food, healthcare, vaccinations, elder services, social support, MAVEN, which is suspect tracing that disease and such as sort of events, and families resources as well. The budget, yeah, covers the budget, yeah. The personnel services, there's a couple, there's one, we have for increase. And that's for the clerk, it was for $2,000, $2,500 increase. The clerk takes more time with longer complex meetings. And then operating expenses has a few increases. One, I think it's dues and subscriptions. Dues has increased over the year, and a new nurse potentially will need additional subscriptions. And then there's one for the postage increase for registered certified mail, which we do often it's gone up in price to $10 each. certified leather. And then there's some of this as well, printing, increase, needs for inspections for the, this is the, iPads, yes, iPads, which are very, small display cases on these things, power issues and Wi-Fi issues, and it's at 5 years old. So we're looking to get more, new, iPads for the inspections take place. And then obviously the big issue is the new nurse. We would share with Medway, which we're hoping passes.
Yes, we've had just some discussions with Medway about that, about splitting a 30-hour-a-week nurse. As you know, Sarah, our prior nurse, left us a while back because of family issues, she can no longer keep up those hours. We did try to advertise for a nurse, really unsuccessfully, to get qualified applicants. Medway was having some similar problems with attracting folks. They were looking to start the model of an in-house nurse. So each town, I think, voiced an interest in having a 15-hour a week nurse. So if you were combine the two, we thought we'd be able to get, a quality professional person to do that work. It would be a slight increase, obviously, in the cost, because right now I think our model is about 10 hours.
Yes.
There would also, potentially be some benefit costs. But this position has growing need in different communities, including us. Again, those discussions with Medway are ongoing, and I would expect something to come before the board within the next month for the board to look at as possible IMA between the two towns. So what's in your packet is an absolute worst case scenario for budgeting. I would expect it to be the full impact to be less than that. But Medway seems amenable to the approach. If we did do this, the person would be basically stationed in each community about 15 hours a week. But just like in other situations, if we had maybe a health emergency here, or there was a health emergency in Medway, they can spend the whole week. And, if the town was having a particular problem, or if they were running a flu clinic that week and they had to spend more hours in one week, and, vice versa. So it provides for some flexibility, and really better continuity, because, we've been getting by. We were fortunate with our prior nurse, but that, there's really not a lot of folks out there that are in that market that fit the skill profile we need for the town. And right now we have someone that's worked for the town in the past that's agreed to cover through June. But that's a temporary solution. So you'll hear more about this in the next few weeks.
COVID kind of proved that an hour's week doesn't last.
Yeah, if you have any real issue, or
maybe.
Yeah, any issue comes up, you're immediately kind of, on your back foot.
Yeah.
And we found that when COVID hit, and, even other issues that have come up with, some of the mosquito-borne illnesses and, public health issues that have come up. And I think we're gonna find more issues with, issues with vaccines, issues with maybe some different illnesses spiking that didn't spike in the past. So I think it's an evolving Board of Health right now. So, but I think we'll have even more information to be able to answer more questions at one of your upcoming meetings.
And the nurse works directly with the Council on Aging, does a lot of work down there as well, so that's.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna have the new nurse we hire going.
We'll be running the opioid program, as well.
So. Any questions?
Anything?
Yeah.
No? Well, thanks.
That was
Thank
easy.
you.
Okay.
He's like, all right.
All
Wasn't
right.
too bad. This is your chance to escape.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. All right, finance.
So I'm gonna represent three departments, treasury, assessing and accounting. We'll start with the assessing department. Spoiler alert, there's really not a whole lot changing, so we're gonna keep it pretty simple. The biggest thing to note in the assessor's office, and I'll take the opportunity to say publicly, our principal assessor will be retiring. She's been phenomenal over the last several years, that I've known her and worked with her. So filling that is definitely top of mind, for that particular office in the coming weeks and months as that gets posted. But as far as this year goes, budget wise, you know, flipping over, we're looking at the same level of staffing, contractual increases on the salary side of things, and then just nominal increases in pricing for our various vendors, and supply costs and increases. But that's pretty much it. So our budget's pretty well, within reason there. Treasury, again, same deal. We've got a solid staff in that office, phenomenal work that they do and timely with billing and all the things that are critical in that office around collections. They do a great job there. Collection rates are fantastic. And again, as you know, that really manifests itself when we're depending upon that, for our cash flow projections and purposes. So that office is moving along very well, very consistent. Salary wise, again, we're looking at contractual increases and we're pretty much flat on expenses. So there's no real immediate needs in that office. In the accounting office, again, we are kind of back to full staff, which has been great. It's been a little crazy in the last couple of years, just with vacancies and turnover and that sort of thing. But the biggest thing to note there is some of the behind the scenes projects that the team's been working on for the better part of a year. And that has a lot to do with time and attendance. Time and attendance is very clunky right now at best. And we have spent the latter part of 2025 really carving out the back end of the systems to be able to drive things out for users, to start engaging. We have a two-phased project going on right now where we are gonna flip a switch in the next couple of weeks on an enhanced user interface. So basically the look and feel of what our employee base uses as a time entry system is gonna look a little bit different, in a more robust, friendly way. It will also be responsive mobily, so putting timesheets in, if somebody is, away from their computer, will be very easy on their app. The second part of this is really to take all of the physical papers, you'll love this, Ellen, all the physical papers that happen and that get entered in, printed out, signed, handed off, scanned back in, and just this process that's happened over time. And really what we're doing is taking that and making it be completely automated. So from the point at which I'll use Karen and Mike, just because I'm looking at you guys.
Yeah.
Karen puts her time in, it goes through the approval process now where Mike approves it. But now what happens is anything that goes under Mike's approval comes in a form of papers that are also like a cover sheet, a turn-in sheet for payroll, which is very necessary from an audit standpoint. But what we're trying to do is like just eliminate that format. And instead of those paper copies being produced, to have our timekeepers, and I say that loosely because it could be a department head, it could be an admin in the office or whomever, but that timekeeper instead would create a batch and basically pull all those time cards in automatically and then produce a cover sheet and literally just print out that cover sheet, sign it, and those go in our permanent records. So again, we're really reducing that convoluted process that, again, it was not by design, it's just what happens over time until you fix it. So we're very close there, so I'm excited about that. It's just been a very long, tedious process because of all the mechanics behind the scenes. The Last thing I'll say about that is, in addition to sort of that phased approach where we're gonna change the UI user interface from ESS to EA. We're also gonna take that second step and have our timekeepers go through a more digitized process. The entire municipality that, our town that does, time entry is everyone except for school, police and fire. But when we flip the switch in this first phase, fire is coming on board, so we're gonna take all of their time and attendance and bring that into our time entry system. Following that, we will have additional conversations, and our goal is within the next year to be able to get the school on board. There's more than just entering your timesheet. It has to do with accruals and vacation time, and there's so many
Steps.
tables behind the scenes that feed into it, right down to the level of detail of what bargaining unit you're in, how your accruals work. So there's a whole lot that gets done that no one will ever see, until the workflows take place. But trust me, it's been a lot of work. It's happening, and you'll start to see it roll out in the next, as early as the next few weeks. So that's kind of big picture on some of the initiatives. In addition to that, I won't get into the details, but we're working on a lot of the digitization as well, along with IT around, other functions of Munis that we currently have invested in that we're gonna bring to life, including content manager and some ways that we can, leverage the system for our documentation and workflows as opposed to, the paper that gets handed out. Other than that, again, it's pretty business as usual in the office. AP runs, warrants, all the things that you guys sign on the weekly basis. And we're really just into budget season now, so we'll be working on that, and no changes really for accounting, salary contractual increases, and our expenses are pretty flat, so no additional needs there.
Speaking of warrants,
Yeah.
where are
We
we?
knew this was coming.
It
Where
just,
are
it
we?
just got I was just contacted last week actually from, our state representative's
close?
office. It was just, it was recommended out of committee about 2 months ago. A couple of senators had questions about a couple things, but they were caught up in the terms interim town administrator, acting, temporary, so I tried to clarify that with them. This was through James Arena DeRosa's office, and I gave them the answers. They seemed his aide seemed satisfied with that. I was gonna take that back, and I said, feel free to call me anytime, or I'll even drive up to Boston if they need someone to talk to in person. So we're hoping that this will be done and signed by the governor in May or June.
Okey dokes, you said that last meeting.
Yeah.
I did.
Just saying.
You can't hold me responsible for the state legislation. You just can't. Cause it's a losing battle.
I tell you, every week.
I have a bunch of
Yep.
ideas for them, but they
Right.
don't listen to me.
Now, did you guys have any questions for Joe?
Nope.
No, just the warrant question.
Okay.
I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, perfect.
No,
This
you
is
don't.
having me have the authority to sign it versus the board,
Yeah.
Oh,
which requires a special act, which has been dragging out for 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah.
2 years.
Yeah, we were hoping to be done in one,
2
and
years.
looks like it's gonna be 2.
Right, you guys are up.
All right.
All right,
Select Board Town Administrator, so I'm gonna run through it, but I invite Karen to step in anytime, since she was critical in putting this together. Under Personnel Services, most of that is simply contractual, but I just wanna highlight a few items. Under the salary department head, there's a 2.5% proposed increase. Coming up right after this on your agenda, I'll be talking about the proposed COLA for non-union personnel, so we'll get back to that item then. The salary for the economic development director and planner. Right now, Bob is scheduled for 19 hours a week in this, and 21 under the energy manager in the town buildings account. After discussions with a number of folks, including reaching out to the union, we think it should be just 20 and 20. There's a history why it ended up 19 and 21, but we just wanted 20. So we don't consider that an above level service, because it's the same amount of hours per week. It's just an adjustment of which it's getting paid out of. Let's see, so the sick leave buyback, that was moved to the HR department's budget. That came up earlier in the day. Wages clerical, that is decreasing from 59,000 to 22,000. That's because that had included Victoria's pay as an assistant in this office. She's now with the HR department, so that's no longer being funded under this item.
It's above the cap.
And yes, so it's outside the cap under the HR. And then now since we'll basically be losing that assistance from Victoria, what we'd like to do is just increase our overtime for clerical. And again, it says overtime, it's not time and a half, it's just extra hours. From 1,000, yeah, from 1,000 to 4,000. So it just adds 3,000 for overtime if that's needed, because there are situations where we will have to have her stay late.
Who's her?
Janet.
Okay.
So sometimes we're both at a meeting. If there's something going on with HR, we no longer have office coverage. So,
Right.
I mean,
Both at a
eventually.
meeting and she needs to stay late to cover the office. That's really what that's for, just to make sure the office doesn't go
Not
dark.
too far down the road, if we move the HR department out of our office, we need a full-time clerk person in our office.
But we're not asking
But
for
we're
that
not there
this year.
yet. We're just gonna make it.
Okay.
And then, the public record stipend in most towns, or a lot of towns, it is in the town clerk's office. But, Karen, as the assistant town administrator, has been handling, all the public records, and those have increased quite a bit. 5 years ago,
I just looked at it, just under 100 public records requests last year.
and 5 years ago, we had like 10.
But honestly, it left the town clerk's office because of the town clerk. Is it gonna go back or no reason to?
I mean, we can have those discussions.
Okay.
But that's where it is currently, because that's where it's been, because she's been handling it.
Okay.
So, we're certainly open to having those discussions moving forward, but it does take some time.
At some point.
Okay.
Something to talk about, but
Yep.
yeah, I was taken over because of that. I started doing it, and again. It's just time consuming.
No, I
It's
know,
not
but it's-
necessarily rocket science, and they just come in more and more. It's just.
So you
realize.
need someone that's gonna be able to coordinate with all the different department heads, and because they come in for all kinds of things, boards, committees, department heads, so.
I know, that's why to me, it reeks town clerk.
It could fit there, and that's something we should talk with the union about.
Could, yeah, we just
Either way.
money someplace, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then, so that's it for the personnel services. Under the expenses. Again, most things are pretty close to level funded. One note is the annual audit. It's been, proposed to be moved out of this budget over to the finance, budget, for the audit, which makes sense. We did have some issues with the way the auditor was charging us this year, which thankfully Jody caught those. They were accidentally double charging us things, but she caught that. So we do think it's probably the most appropriate place for that to be in. Let's see,
Some contractual changes that.
yeah, just
The car allowance.
car
like,
allowance, I'm no longer getting a
different.
car allowance, so that's reduced that line item.
Oh, the meetings one.
So, Bob Weiss has asked if it was possible to get some support, funding support for the EDC and the Energy Committee. I mean, small money, like $500. So we've increased that item slightly to cover $500. The bills will still be processed through this office, but it allows those committees, which are subcommittees of the select board, to be able to put out, print things, put out mailers, things like that. It's small stuff, $500 a year.
The police details line, I'll jump in for a minute. It's always been listed as police details. These details are for town meeting and for some of the elections. Why it's paid out of here is just the way it's been. The problem is we have a lot of other costs that are associated with town meeting, and these include Okun, which is the sound system that we hire every spring and fall. The mailings that we do, a lot of other things. So what we want to do is try to make this maybe, and I don't know whether we change it, Jody, or we'll have to have conversations about that, but call it like town meeting line and all the expenses related. We looked at it, it cost about $4,500 per season to actually behind the scenes stuff that goes into town meetings. And it's money that we don't have anywhere, so we've been taking out of like supplies and expenses and then depleting those lines.
But
Things
doesn't
that
the
we
town
have to
clerk
do.
have town meeting stuff too?
Not for that. She
No,
didn't
but
have
the
funding
Oakland
for
Sound is
Oakland.
$2,500
She's got funding for her
every meeting.
staff
For
to
town
run the
meeting?
Well,
town.
how,
Right.
you just said
And
that,
renting the television.
you
We have
just
to
said
use
the
the-
total was how much, Karen?
4,500?
45, it costs, if I can give you a.
Okay,
snapshot of
I don't need it, but you just said, but that's for one town meeting.
One town meeting, so we're asking for 9,000.
Okay.
So that includes all of the details, police, fire details, like I said, it would include any kind of advertising that we do for it, renting
Okay.
TVs. Okun Sound, if we need to rent extra chairs, there's just no place, we don't have that anywhere.
So we want to change the name of police details to town meeting expenses,
Yeah.
basically.
And pull,
Pull them all together.
We have like
Yeah.
costs that
That-
have fluffed along.
Yeah.
We never thought we were
and
gonna
that's
need.
when
Okun
somebody
for
says to you, well, how much they want a special town meeting, so how much it's gonna cost?
Right.
$4,500.
A minimum
Yeah,
of 4,500, that doesn't even include
Doesn't
salary.
count the
right?
tellers. Yeah.
So anyway, that's where that came from.
Yeah. So any questions on the select board town administrator
Much.
budget? The next one we had on that list is legal. We were notified by town council, Neve Talman Costa,
And
that after, yes, and KP Law, for MTC, they had been charging us $6,000 a month for their services for about 7 years, without increasing. So they've just increased that $500 a month. So
Who
we,
did that? Me?
me, Talman and
Yeah,
Costa,
they went
yeah.
from 6,000 to 6,500 a month,
They've
which kind
been
of
with us for
includes it.
7 years?
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
Really?
And then
Yeah.
KP is
What'd they do?
having an increase, they're going up $10 an hour for the services. So, because we don't hire them, they're not monthly,
Yeah, well,
they
they
are
just buy
as
out.
we need them.
Yeah,
And
pay
it's
by
fair,
hour.
right,
but we have MTC on retainer for 6,500 a month. So that's the reason for that increase.
Okay.
so we dropped it a little and we're coming back up.
Any questions on legal?
No.
So under general insurance, at this point, we've just level funded it because we don't have the numbers yet. We hope to get those in the next couple of weeks. We're hoping that that'll be a small increase.
I think it'll be small, the only one that's probably gonna make a difference is the workers' comp. The workers' comp could be going up considerably, but we're waiting to hear back.
So otherwise, that should be hopefully not much change, but we'll give you the update on that. There's no change in the sealer weights and measures. We have a 3-year agreement with Medway and Medfield on that.
Exciting.
You'd be good at it.
And we have celebrations, which is basically the Memorial Day and the Legion, and we talked about that and talked about doing, at least a 2.5% increase, which was like nothing. So we thought maybe 10% just for inflation. We did not increase it at all last year. It really only is changing the budget from $2,000 to $2,200, but it helps them a lot. So if we can do that.
And same thing for the Legion,
Same thing for the
10% increase, because they really haven't increased in 5 or 6
Legion.
years, yeah.
How much are they gonna get now?
$4,510.
Exciting.
That's for all the events they do for the part of the town.
That's a
functions.
year.
That's for a whole year.
Yeah, it just helps to offset a
Yeah.
little bit.
Yeah.
I know.
I know,
Helps them.
it's a drop in the bucket, right?
I know.
That's why we said at least
it's
it's not.
fine.
So let's see, town buildings is the next one. I'll let you take on that one, Karen.
Buildings, not a ton to report. I will say, if you remember, we put an article in place for 300,000 for town building repairs. That has helped us significantly. As things come up, suddenly there's a roof leak or it could be anything, something's going on maybe with the heat.
Yeah, what are we down to?
Not spent that much, but
No, it's
but
not
maybe
that.
30,000, but I mean, there are key things that come up.
Spent 30,000.
We spent 30,000, but I mean, things come up, like,
Yeah,
if we have an HVAC issue, it's all of a sudden a $15,000 repair, and you can't wait 6 months for a town meeting to fix this year.
So you
So
don't
that's
need any
helped
more
us. What
money.
has hurt is
Yeah,
that
no.
some of the things that we were, like I was just saying about town meetings and things. Like we used the Okun Sound, we paid it under town buildings expenses because we had no place to pay it out of. So some of the,
Yep.
kind of, again, trying to find what makes sense here. This also covers, as far as accomplishments, some of this is Bob Weiss, which we didn't invite to speak in, but like the climate action plan, the municipal decarbonization roadmap, those are things that fall under town buildings that Bob worked on. We did get a few grants. And I know Bob has gotten several grants. Sorry, this thing is not scrolling the I wanted to. Hold on, let's scroll.
Get about $125,000 in grants this year.
Yes, and through insurance, as much as we spend money in insurance, we bring in the rep who comes every year. If we take classes, we do anything like that, we put improvements in place, we do get credits back, we can use them towards grants, we have done that. We're putting in some new security cameras in this building through a grant we got from Maya. We also added some sensors over at the fire station, so I don't know. Occasionally there's trouble with them backing out. So there's sensors, they put sensors in so that if something happened and they ended up taking out the garage door. So we're putting sensors in place for that kind of thing. It sounds silly, but they're huge vehicles and we should have some of that stuff in
So
place.
Maya said they would support us in that endeavor.
I had
But
my
I'm not
first
trying to-
garage in my entire life is at this house I'm living in, my new
Yeah.
house. I take my car out with my bike on the roof.
Oh.
Yeah.
My bike
Which
on
one,
the
garage?
roof. I
Yeah.
back out, I do my whole trip, I come back. I did not remember that I had a bike on the roof.
Mhm.
Ripped the roof rack, this is on my Porsche, by the way, ripped the roof rack right off the car with the bike, by the way.
And you didn't notice that?
Well, it was too late. I went in
By the
and
time you noticed the bike was in the
Coming
street.
back. Was returning.
it's off. So
How was the bike?
everything fine. You know what? A few marks on the roof it was the best it could possibly be.
But we're gonna put a sign above it that says Starrow Drive.
But I know, right?
Garage.
And I haven't told anybody. This is like
You've told the
5
town.
years.
Now you
ago.
have- now you
Yeah,
have
I
to-
told them. I was so embarrassed by it. I told my brother and he goes, yeah, he goes, I did that. And now when he leaves, he takes a big trash barrel and he puts it in front of the garage, in the
Yeah.
garage door. So you can think, why would I put a garage?
do it once.
Yeah.
Especially for the trash.
Yeah, that's my story. Okay.
right.
All right.
So some of the initiatives planned, again, we're gonna try to repaint several of the rooms here. We're going to attempt, we're putting in a capital article.
So there's two capital items, that we're submitting to the capital committee. The first has to do with the flooring in the building. There is a lot of the flooring, we've had some of the carpet replaced through, insurance claims that we had some water infiltration that required some of the carpeting to be done, so that didn't technically cost the town anything. But we still have many areas that have worn out carpeting, worn out vinyl flooring. Our stairwells, a couple of our stairwells, the treads on them are problematic.
Yeah.
Our custodial folks have been working hard to maintain the safety of those, but they really do need to be replaced, so. We've estimated right now $75,000 to basically replace or refinish all the flooring in the building that needs it. And again, is it life or death? No, but it really needs to be done, if not this coming year, the year after. It needs to be done fairly soon, just because of the conditions. The other item we've been talking about for a few years, that's the parking lot out here, outside the VMB. It was last paved in 1998, 99. So in the last 28 years, it has settled, cracked. We have a sinkhole that we need to investigate and fix some drainage there. A lot of the granite curbing around the building is starting to come loose. But again, these are trip hazards and just other concerns. There's a lot of cracking in the parking lot that the DPW was trying to do, done some crack sealing to try to extend the life. This would be a comprehensive repair of the necessary drainage as well as with paving and the curbing. And we've estimated, we did have one estimate, but we will get several more, and we have $250,000 for that. Again, could we survive another year or two? Probably. We can keep patching, but it really needs something to be
You
done.
need to add to that, and don't forget this. When that gets done, and it will get done someday, you need to add bollards
Ballers.
Along.
Yeah.
along the
The
senior center.
council on aging,
Yes.
yes, 100%.
Yes, because somebody is gonna drive through this building,
Yes.
right into the senior
We've had
center.
several people.
And I'm gonna be there calling the bingo card.
All right,
Yeah.
you don't want the car coming through.
I really
the-
don't want the car.
You'll mess
I
up the
laugh.
call,
And
and
then
then
they'll-
they'll be angry.
So, right?
There's no win.
There's no way.
And as far as just the overall number, it's basically level service. We're looking at about a 5% increase just across the board. It's very hard to guesstimate as to what's gonna happen with utilities, and we just don't know. But there was nothing outstanding. I'm sure everything will go up at least 5%. So that's what we're asking for.
Pretty much in on buildings, if there's any questions on that. And so that, I think that concludes the actual departmental presentations today. The DPW.
yeah.
I think will be scheduled to come before you at your meeting on February 23rd. We're just holding off on that for a couple reasons, but I mean, one of which is we are trying to wrap up negotiations with the DPW union, of which you're gonna be going into executive session shortly to discuss a little bit. But I think that's about it, unless there's specific questions on anything else.
Nope,
I'm good.
all right, so at this point, we need to vote to approve adjustments to personnel plan.
Yes, hold on one second.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good day.
Thanks for coming.
All right, so, every year the board at some point, whether it be February, March, makes a determination on what the COLA would be for non-union personnel. We have, I believe, 4 full-time non-union personnel that are not under any type of contract. We also have some part-time staff that fall under this. Currently, all the union contracts that have been executed and are in effect for FY 27, I believe have a 2.5% COLA. So that is what I am recommending to the board, that for the purposes of budgeting for fiscal year 27, that the board approve a 2.5% COLA for non-union personnel. And I think you have an outline in your packet that shows the positions that would be impacted.
The only other quick changes I was gonna say, under the firefighter EMT, there's a stipend. It used to be 2 different stipends. It's combined into one line. After talking with the chief, he said you don't have to leave it separated out anymore. It used to be that you might have the EMT and you might get the firefighter. You have to have both now.
one?
So this is the updated one. What I might do though is change the language just to say that it
Yeah.
could match whatever is in the union contract. And then the COA van driver and dispatcher are also increased 2.5%. The only things on the bottom that were increased are highlighted in yellow. Director of Veteran Services, again, cost of living increase of 2.5%. And the ZBA assistant, we moved up to a flat 5,000 to try to make it a little bit more in line with the finance committee assistant. The rest of that remains unchanged. You'll see some things that are lined out here as well. Those are coming off because they're going to get rolled into what is potentially a new DPW director position. We're sort of rolling them all in as opposed to having all separate stipends.
All right, I move that the board approve a 2.5% COLA for personnel plan positions effective July 1st, 26, as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great, thank you. And just one more item for your open session, Madam Chair. The recently approved contract with the SEIU has a provision that if no sick days are used or no sick time at all is used in a quarter for each fiscal quarter of the year, that employee shall be granted one additional vacation day. So there's only 4 people that work in this building that are not part really of the SEIU, would not have a separate contract. And I'm requesting that the board consider approving that the personnel plan add this provision to the personnel plan effective retroactive to July 1st, 2025. This would have to be ratified at the town meeting in the spring. But the town can, the administration with the concurrence of the select board can enact changes that can be approved up till the next town meeting.
Okay, I move that the board approve the town administrator's recommendation to update the sick leave provisions in the personnel plan as described.
Second,
It's been moved in second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great.
And then Craig, you take it away on the back. Oh, you don't have the back here.
I move that the board enter executive session to discuss strategy sessions in preparation for contract negotiations with union, AFS, CME, Council 93, and only return to open session for the purpose of adjourning the meeting.
second,
Been moved and seconded. I'll pull the board. Ellen?
yes.
Craig?
Yes.
I'm a yes. We are doing. Thank you.
You needed 3:30 for your departure?
I need to leave by 4.
Oh, by 4.
Oh, plenty of time.
Plenty of
Plenty of time.
There's gonna be issues if it goes.
We can stay here if you want. We can stay